Look, fuck these fuck niggas, fuck these bitches. If they ain't tryna pay that fee, then I can't fuck these bitches. Say my pimp game is mean, no, it's fucking vicious. That's why I keep at least 10 up in my fucking britches. That 40 counts, they loaded for them fucking snitches. Keep on running they mouth and they gon' end up in fucking ditches. I'm posted at the trap house, in the kitchen whipping mixes, but I don't do no fucking dishes. Look, I'm posted at the trap house, keep wrapping up this work so I can move these packs out. Be going in, but steady be getting cashed out. Your bitch be throwing me the pussy, I hit it until she tapped. I don't sip this bottle of Henny, smoke these cookies until I pass out. Bitches is walking around my crib with tank tops with they ass out. German engineered form steering when I back out. I'm about to smash out, I'm a rock star like Smash Mouth. Nirvana and Green Day, I be getting cheese like Green Day. Do my dirt with a mask off like it ain't no Halloween day. My lifestyle like a movie, but yours is like some bloopers. I don't fuck around, but you fuck around, so might fuck around and shoot your shit. Look, fuck these fuck niggas, fuck these bitches. If they ain't tryna pay that fee, then I can't fuck these bitches. Say my pimp game is mean, no, it's fucking vicious. That's why I keep at least 10 up in my fucking britches. That 40 counts, they loaded for them fucking snitches. Keep on running they mouth and they gon' end up in fucking ditches. I'm posted at the trap house, in the kitchen whipping mixing, but I don't do no fucking dishes.
Turn your radios up. Turn your radios up. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know who this is. B-Eazy Dat Dude and Impromptu Stream back with another one. This one is gonna be a banger. A lot of drama, lies, and messiness, so it will be a doozy. I don't like to keep y'all waiting, so before I get this thing started, you know, I gotta hit you.
If you know the song, sing along. Yeah, you're right.
私も地元民と言っても実は世代です。もう友達できたの？うん。グッドこっち見ない方がいいかな。
me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep, I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks is showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby moving for me slow-mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting moto. I be flipping, not shrinking, I don't give a fuck about no ho, no ho. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimpin' these bitches and stacking this bread forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy Dat Dude, in the trap making pass smooth. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji, eating tandoori and chicken curry. That ism is really indie. My pimp game international, I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of bad.
And we are activated. Y'all know we get right into this thing, but of course I have to give a shout out to the illustrious guest, my boo, what it do, Roger Meadows in the building. And Roger Meadows, you didn't get your black card back, but you did get your blue card back, which means you got your wrench back. Roger Meadows, the handyman, Roger the handyman Meadows, you got your wrench back. So look, let me pull this down and we're going to get right into it. So there has been a scandal that has been spreading like a wildfire on the internet. And that is the Anton, who I call Anton Daniels, in PopCultureMicca, or is it PopCultureMicca, or is it Pop That Punani Micca? Who knows? I don't know. You know, allegedly, reportedly, theoretically, hypothetically, PopCultureMicca or Pop the Punani Micca. I don't know. We're going to get into it. So let's just give an overview of the scandal. This is going to be a preface, and then we'll get into the content. So the situation centers on Anton or Trickton Daniels, a YouTube personality known for his lifestyle commentary and panel discussions. Micca, PopCultureMicca, or, you know, Spread Eagle, Pop the Punani Micca, a Christian conservative influencer who appeared on his platform. Over time, rumors grew online suggesting their relationship was inappropriate or blurred professional boundaries. Micca eventually responded publicly, leading to a wave of reaction videos, breakdowns, and commentary across YouTube. Now, what sparked the controversy? Their on-camera dynamic. Viewers began speculating that Anton and Micca's interactions suggested something more than a professional relationship. This led to online narratives labeling Micca as a side chick. And that's an infamous and a notorious label to have, especially as a married woman. And she later denied all allegations of being being his side chick or anyone's side chick. Now, the fallout after their collaboration ended. Once Micca was no longer appearing on Anton's platform, creators like O'Shea Duke Jackson and others began dissecting the situation, fueling rumors of a deeper personal fallout. The Corey Holcomb situation. Anton went on Corey Holcomb's show. He was tap dancing like the raccoons do. Micca was there. And people were wondering, like, hold on, Anton, you brought her. You're a Christian conservative. You didn't bring your wife, but you brought this chick. Is she your side chick? No, she's allegedly just his business partner. Okay, we'll get into that. So she addressed this in a long form interview, reacting to the rumors and explaining her side. And we're going to get into that long form interview. Micca's public response. Eventually, she sat down with interviews to clarify her relationship with Anton and to push back against the side chick narrative. So she sat down with one brother who, I don't know who this brother is, but he is a phenomenal interviewer and extremely astute. And she also sat down with Tasha K. Neither of these interviews made her look you know, in a let's just say in a enthralling light. She denied being a side chick or having an inappropriate relationship with Anton. She described their connection as strictly professional, though she did acknowledge that public perception had gotten out of control. She addressed the emotional and reputational fallout she experienced after the rumor spread. Multiple commentators reacted to her interviews, often framing them as Micca finally breaking her silence or giving Anton what he deserves. So this is just an overview. And then what's actually been confirmed versus speculation. Confirmed. Micca and Anton worked together on YouTube content. Speculation / online narrative. They had a romantic relationship. Confirmed, their relationship ended. Speculation. Anton was hiding a secret relationship. Confirmed, Micca faced backlash and rumors online. Speculation. Micca was / is a side chick. Confirmed, Micca publicly defended any inappropriate relationship. Speculation. There was a marriage scandal. Okay? So the bottom line is the scandal is less about concrete revelations and more about public perception, speculation amplified by commentary channels, Micca's attempt to reclaim her narrative, and Anton's silence and or limited response, which has fueled even more theories and hypotheses. So that is the preface of this. And then now we're going to get into the content. So let me go ahead and pull this video up. Just give me one moment. And salute to everybody that's coming in viewing this live and concurrently. It's a little toasty here. I got the fan playing in the background. So those that are watching this, let me know if you hear the fan and I'll turn it down. But let me get ready to pull this video up. Just give me one moment. Okay, and this video is from the channel Talk Perspective. You can watch this uninterrupted on this channel. The video is titled Not a Side Chick. Micca breaks her silence on Anton Daniels. And this was published on the 16th, a few days ago. All right. So we're going to get right into this video. I believe they start out just breaking the ice, asking her some general questions about her political views, her perspective, and then they get into the meat and potatoes. So let's get into it. Let me know if you guys have any issues hearing this.
Is accused of having a side chick. Micca says she's no side chick and is sitting down with me for a one-on-one interview to clear up the room.
Salute to this brother. I think his name is Orlando Fox. Dude is looking fresh, dapper. The line is crispy, and he is an intelligent, astute brother. So I got to give him props to that. And I didn't mean to pause it right here, but I got to give props to Micca, you know, PopCultureMicca, you know, with the cheeks popping out. Salute. I see why Anton Daniels, you know, was willing to risk it all and trick on you. I understand.
Here's another very challenging question, but I have to ask you. I just have to ask you. Have you and Anton ever had sex? Has Anton ever flirted with you?
Flirted with me as a sense of what?
Does Anton have you on an NDA?
He does give out NDAs to a lot of people.
What happened? Many people know about you, but some people don't. And I think this is the opportunity to let people know who you are. So I know you from a conservative perspective.
Yes.
I know that you also have your own show and you do much around politics, and you're obviously an aficionado of President Trump. So let's begin to tell people about who you are and more specifically your role as a conservative.
Okay, well, if you guys don't know, my name is PopCultureMicca or just Micca. All right, I am a conservative. I am a Trump supporter, voter, whatever you want to call it. That's what I am. However, my conservative views are not based on Donald Trump. My entire family has always been conservative. We've always had just those types of values. And then when it comes to me being an adult, just having the luxury of smaller government, or wanting smaller government, wanting, not to be taxed for every little thing, and just understanding how government actually works. It wasn't a thought for me to not be, liberal.
Yeah. Do you feel that mainstream media accurately represents conservative Black women?
No, absolutely not. I don't think it represents conservative, values or people good at all, but especially not anybody of color.
So what's the difference between a person, and I feel like I know this because
And just to let you guys know, I will have to pause, interject, give my commentary, add context. I will rewind it, fast forward it, interact and engage with the chat to make this video transformative, so it's not a copyright strike. And here we go again. I believe both of them will do it, but every time someone is asked about Black people, there's this incessant need to kind of lump other people in and to use idiotic terms like people of color or others of color. Just say non-white people, because that's what you mean. So stop trying to lump people in and frame them as if they have some sort of cohesion based on color. Many of the people who are called POCs have the same complexion and pigmentation as white people. So what color are they? When you're asking Jewish people about Jewish issues, they don't bring up Black people. They don't bring up anyone of color. They stick to Jewish people. Now, if there's an all lives matter discussion, then we can bring up everybody. But if you're being asked about Black people, why are you bringing up people of color? Like, why are you muddying the waters like that?
Smaller government, or wanting smaller government, wanting, not to be taxed for every little thing, and just understanding how government actually works. It wasn't a thought for me to not be, liberal.
Yeah. Do you feel that mainstream media accurately represents conservative Black women?
No, absolutely not. I don't think it represents conservative, values or people good at all, but especially not anybody of color.
So what's the difference between a person, and I feel like I know this because I'm conservative as well. I am just not a Republican. But what's the difference? Sort of elucidate or explain to the public what's the difference in an individual who's a conservative that isn't a Republican and hold those values, and then one who is a conservative and also happens to be a Republican.
Okay, well, there is a difference. However, I'm what's called a Trump Republican or MAGA Republican, right? So I tend to, because I'm a conservative, I vote Republican, but I am registered as a non-affiliate, because my whole thought process is, you want to make sure you listen to both sides, but in this day and age, liberalism has gone just far to the left. So there's no way I would, be able to vote for that. But I want to make sure.
So this is just breaking the ice right here, because this gentleman is a great interviewer, but he's not having her expound on everything that she's saying. She's talking about liberals are not lefties. So they conflate liberalism with leftism, which are two separate things. That's why they have terms like the alt-right, saying, yeah, we're right adjacent, but no, we're something completely different. That's why there's the alt-right. That's why Nick Fuentes has something called the Groypers. He can say that he's right-wing or has conservative values, but he's saying, no, I'm something entirely different. That's why I have this Groyper stuff. That's why there's the alt-right, Richard Spencer's and things like that. So here she is vaguely saying that the liberals go too far left. But okay, fine. Let's just say that they do. If the liberals go too far left, why don't you ever hear conservatives saying that conservatives go too far right? And always ask conservative, what exactly are you trying to conserve? And then you'll just get a bunch of incoherent, rambling, blathering answers. So what does going too far right means? Fine. We don't want the country to go too far left, whatever that means. So are the alternatives. She's not talking about going to the center. Conservatives are typically right wing. So what she doesn't want the country to go far left, but she wants it to go far right. Okay, what does far right even look like? And then they start saying, oh, well, I want lower taxes. That has nothing to do with being far right. So they conflate a bunch of things that they believe that conservatism is about, but literally has nothing to do with conservatism, right? Far right people are obsessed with calling black people the N-word. So what, you think they should go even further than that? A bunch of far right MAGA maniacs are always saying it's the Jews. Okay, so what, you think they should go further right with that? You don't want us going far left, but you want us going far right, but you can't clearly and coherently explain what that even means. So this is where people like Anton Daniels and other people see, oh, damn, she's fine. She's thick. Yeah. We don't want the country going too far left. Like, are those your thoughts, or are you just trying to, listen to pop culture Micca because you want her to pop it and bust it open for you? Stop simping just because you think she's fine. She is fine. I will give you that. But this is some kind of baby bop bimbo babble. What the hell is she talking about?
More specifically, your role as a conservative.
Okay, well, if you guys don't know, my name is PopCultureMicca, or just Micca. All right, I am a conservative. I am a Trump supporter, voter, whatever you want to call it. That's what I am. However, my conservative views are not based on Donald Trump. My entire family has always been conservative. We've always had just those types of values. And then when it comes to me being an adult, just having the...
Roger, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that she said she is from DC area, or at least lives over there. So either DC or the DMV area.
The luxury of smaller government, or wanting smaller government,
Yep.
wanting, not to be taxed for every little thing, and just understanding how government actually...
Well, when you say that they are intertwined, leftist, liberal, Democrat, define intertwined, because when you say tomato, you're saying that it's the same thing, just a different pronunciation. Leftists and liberals are not really the same thing, but you're saying that they are the same. So fine, if you believe that leftists and liberal are the same, then you have to say that the MAGA maniacs, the Ku Klux Klan members, the alt-right, the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, they're all the same as conservatives, right? All conservatives are groypers because they're intertwined, right? Tomato. You can't have it both ways. Let's get back into it.
Many people know about you, but some people don't. And I think this is the opportunity to let people know who you are. So I know you from a conservative perspective.
Yes.
I know that you also have your own show, and you do much around politics, and you're obviously an aficionado of President Trump. So let's begin to tell people about who you are, and more specifically, your role as a conservative.
Okay, well, if you guys don't know, my name is PopCultureMicca, or just Micca. All right, I am a conservative. I am a Trump supporter, voter, whatever you want to call it. That's what I am. However, my conservative views are not based on Donald Trump. My entire family has always been conservative. We've always had just those types of values. And then when it comes to me being an adult, just having the, the luxury.
And we've been joined by an illustrious guest, Big Rig Slaps, in the building. Let me know if you want to rock out.
Of smaller government, or wanting smaller government,
Yep.
wanting, not to be taxed for every little thing, and just understanding how government actually works. It wasn't a thought for me to not be, liberal.
Yeah. Do you feel that mainstream media accurately represents conservative Black women?
No, absolutely not. I don't think it represents conservative, values or people good at all, but especially not anybody of color.
So what's the difference between a person, and I feel like I know this because I'm conservative as well, I am just not a Republican. But what's the difference? Sort of elucidate or explain to the public what's the difference in an individual who's a conservative that isn't a Republican and hold those values, and then one who is a conservative and also happens to be a Republican.
Okay, well, there is a difference. However, I'm what's called a Trump Republican or MAGA Republican, right? So I tend to, because I'm a conservative, I vote Republican, but I am registered as a non-affiliate because my whole thought process is, you want to make sure you listen to both sides, but in this day and age, liberalism has gone just far to the left. So there's no way I would, be able to vote for that. But I want to make sure that I'm not just voting, Republican just because it's a party that I normally agree with. I vote that way because that's where my values lie. But if somebody is, a part of that party, you have to also still press them. You can't just capitulate because you're a part of that party. So that's why I tend to stay non-affiliate. But most of my values and every time I vote.
I agree with her in terms of whichever party you're aligned with. First of all, neither party is coming to save you. Both parties are the same. As much as she's trying to pretend as if they're different, they're two cheeks on the same booty, two fangs on the same viper. The left fang and the right fang, different fangs on the same viper. So most of the times, the conservatives say, y'all need to get off the Democratic plantation. But all they're trying to lead you to is another plantation. It's like, here, leave this plantation to come to the Republican plantation, because the Republicans aren't trying to do anything for the community, right? So they're not campaigning. They don't respect the community. So then they want you to blindly vote for them, blindly vote for the disrespect. And then when you don't vote for them and say, y'all dumb for not voting for us. You're dumb for not voting for a disrespectful party. Both parties are disrespectful. It's just one does symbolic and theatrical gestures to pretend, hey, we love you. You're the backbone. And then they use the pain and plight of Black people to dole out resources to everyone else, especially non-citizens and immigrants. And then the Republicans is just like, hey, we don't like you niggas. And like the person that's in the chat trying to say, the Democrats started the KKK. No, forget what party started it. What race were they? See, this is what a lot of people like to do. See, when they talk about Crips and Bloods, they make it a racial argument. They don't make it a gang-based argument. They say, yeah, it was a gang, but what race were those gang members? Fine. Let's figure out what race those gang members were. And let's figure out what race those Ku Klux Klan members were. I didn't ask their party affiliation. I don't care what their party affiliation is. I don't care what their religious background is. I care what their race is. So when you say it was the Democrats, okay, what race were those Democrats? Suddenly you start hearing a chorus of crickets then. It wasn't us. It wasn't the white Republicans. It was the white Democrats. So don't be mad at us. Okay. Both of y'all agreed though. So how are y'all any different again?
In this day and age, liberalism has gone just far to the left. So there's no way I would, be able to vote for that. But I want to make sure that I'm not just voting, Republican just because it's a party that I normally agree with. I vote that way because that's where my values lie. But if somebody is, a part of that party, you have to also still press them. You can't just capitulate because you're a part of that party. So that's why I tend to stay non-affiliate. But most of
But this is more baby bop babble. What are the conservatives pressing the GOP and the conservatives to do? The tap dancing raccoon conservatives, what are they actually pressing the party to do? If anything, that whatever the white Republicans say, they toe that establishment line. Seriously, someone in the chat, let me know what Black conservatives are demanding from the party. All they saying is get off the Democrat plantation and then come what? To the Republican plantation? What are y'all demanding from the Republicans? So how are you any different than the vote blue no matter who? Y'all ridiculing the people who vote blue no matter who, but you're willing to vote red no matter who's in office. Okay, how are you any different?
My values, and every time I've voted, it's been Republican.
Speaking of President Trump, I know that there was the White House took down a racist video today. By the time this show airs, it would have been much conversation about it. But the racist video was of the Obamas. Their heads were placed on an ape, if you will. What's your take on that? It seems that the mainstream media reported that the president manages his own Twitter account, and about midnight or 12 a.m. sometime is when the video was posted. A video meme, and it appears to be very racist. What say you?
Well, everything that Donald Trump does is racist in the mainstream media's eyes. But when you get into it, the video was, I want to say, maybe a couple seconds long, but the video has all of the Democrats in it. All of them. They only focused on the Obamas because, of course, of the trope of, okay, black people being monkeys or apes or whatever. Would I have personally done it? No, because I know how it will be taken and look and things like that. And
why wouldn't she have personally done it if it wasn't a big deal? And then she does this condescending response. Oh, yeah, man, the Democrats think everything Trump do is racist. Yeah, that are some of these lefty liberal lunatics that do that. But the conservatives, they never call him racist for anything. All they do is say, the libs said this, the lefty said this. No, what do you say? Do you think for yourself? And they tap dance. They think that being a conservative means denying racism and I don't want to act like a victim. But meanwhile, when there's a bunch of white people acting like victims, they don't say anything. They agree with them. Y'all need to stop acting like victims. Stop begging. And then it's a bunch of white people begging the government to help them out, to give them more loans, the farmers, etc., right? All of the people who are supposed to be the dominant society are suddenly saying that they're being oppressed. They said systemic racism, it didn't exist against black people. It was a hoax. That's what Tucker Carlson said. Now Tucker Carlson is saying systemic racism does exist, but only against white people. What are the raccoon conservatives saying about this? They're not calling them victims. Every other day you hear a white Jewish person talking about anti-Semitism. They were saying free Palestine. That's anti-Semitic. Globalize the Intifada. That's anti-Semitic. Somebody calling you a nigger. Oh, well, get over it. I heard it in a rap song. Okay, not everybody listens to rap and not every black person uses that word. Well, get over it, right? But if you say any type of slur about anybody else, oh my goodness, the sky is falling. But here she is trying to tap dance for Trump and say, yeah, he posted a racist video, but no, y'all taking him out of context. It's like baby bop bimbo babble, but Cat Seer, man, she fine. But yeah, with this type of line of rhetoric, it's not apparent to be the sharpest knife in the drawer.
Was posted a video meme, and it appears to be very racist. What say you?
Well, everything that Donald Trump does is racist in the mainstream media's eyes. But when you get into it, the video was, I want to say,
oh, and I had to give a shout out to Sincere. She's still on her live. Whenever you end it, definitely come up over here, Sincere. I'm gonna be rocking out for at least a little bit. So salute to you. I appreciate you for all you do. Thank you. Let's hear to more of this tap dancing. Pop culture Micca or tap dancing Micca?
Conversation about it. But the racist video was of the Obamas. Their heads were placed on an ape, if you will. What's your take on that? It seems that the mainstream media reported that the president manages his own.
I was going to get into that, bro. And this is why we delineate. When anyone says, I'm Afro-Latina, the emphasis on the Latina. So they try to act as if, no, I'm black, but I'm not really like those black. I'm Latino. Okay, fine. So speak for the Latino community. But no, this is where she tries to double dip. She'll try to act like she's speaking for the black community, but yet she claims that she's a Latina, but yet she has nothing to say about the Latino community. She speaks of them in glowing terms, and then she speaks of the black community in disparaging terms. She's MAGA, and she's talking more about the black community more so than Trump deporting Latinos. You know what I mean? So she's kind of all over the place. And this is why we delineate. We're done just doing this just straight flat blackness. I mean, she's not FBA. She's some sort of Afro-Cubana, biracial chick or something like that, which there's nothing wrong with that. The issue is sometimes her and Anton Daniels says he's not black, but yet he's always talking about the black community. This chick identifies as an Afro-Latina, but she's not talking about the Latina community. No, like, go focus on your community, not ours. Let's get back into it. And this person says no such thing as Palestine. Well, there was no such thing as Israel. When you look at the old maps said Palestine, not Israel. So it appears that we got a Zionist in the house. Jeb, are you a Zionist? Are you an Israeli? Are you a Jewish person? Most likely a white Jewish person. Let me know, Jeb. But you say there's no such thing as Palestine. And C Height says Palestinians are people of Shem. And when you look at the Israelis, most of those Israelis descend from Europe, right? The chosen people of Europe, the chosen white people of Europe. And there's nothing wrong with being white before people start acting like a victim. Why are you attacking white people? No, there's nothing wrong with being white. I'm sure it's a beautiful thing, but to pretend as if most American Jews and most Israelis that come to America don't identify as white or have European ancestry is quite preposterous. Let's get back into it.
Twitter account, and about midnight or 12 a.m. sometime is when the video was posted. A video meme, and it appears to be very racist. What say you?
Well, everything that Donald Trump does is racist in the mainstream media's eyes. But when you get into it.
Hey, Jeb, answer the question, bro. Are you a Zionist? Are you a Jew? A white Jew? Because clearly we know that you have no melanin, or advanced levels of melanin. So we just want to know who we're talking to, Jeb, because you're saying read a Bible. Israel has been around from ancient times. Not everyone believes the Bible. Some people think the Bible was a comic book or a fairy tale or a fable. Just because you believe the Bible doesn't mean everyone else does. So stop trying to project your biblical bloviating blather onto other people, because the Bible isn't proof of anything. The Bible is proof that you can believe in something. It doesn't prove anything. You can't prove anything from the Bible. The only thing that you can prove is that you flip the page. Everything else is speculation based on your imagination. Where am I wrong? How could you prove me wrong? You could object, but what could you prove? Let's get back into it.
The video was, I want to say maybe a couple seconds long, but the video has all of the Democrats in it, all of them. They only focused on the Obamas because, of course, of the trope of, okay, black people being monkeys or apes or whatever. Would I have personally done it? No, because I know how it will be taken and look and things like that. And I know that the mainstream media doesn't allow for nuance. I know it doesn't allow for certain variations. And I knew
Hey, Big Rig, if you hear right now, I usually don't do that. But if you can put it on subscriber mode, because we got a lot of incoherent people in the chat, and I'm gonna get them up out of here. Person like this, why are you commenting on this video? Move on. How about you move on to another chat, or I'm going to move you on. You know what I mean? And just so you know, whoever this person is.
Okay, see now you found yourself a nigga. You were looking for a nigga here now. See?
Today's forecast: dark and cloudy, and chance of drive-by.
This
shit just got real.
Well, what you gonna do, bitch?
I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do.
You ever heard of rolling 20s, nigga? Since I was 16, nigga.
Okay.
See, what he thought was he could come up in here and make the rules, but now he see that I run this bitch, and now he about to bounce.
So ML, you could move on, or I'ma move you on. We don't mind contrarian views, trolling, but come with some level of scholarship and sophistication. We don't want these low IQ loser comments. Let's get back into the video.
I would know that they won't play the entire thing, and that would be the focus. So I wouldn't have done it, but I do understand the video in its context. It's like he's the Lion King, he's the king of the jungle. It's just when you're already hit with the racist trope, even if it's not true, which is, I can understand that because I'm hit with something and it's not true. The perception, you don't want to put out more.
It implies the trope. It implies
right. It implies that that's what you were going for, even if it wasn't.
Correct.
So I wouldn't have done it. But again, anything Donald Trump does is going to be under a microscope.
And let me get your take on what Tim Scott, the only Black Republican, is.
Well, he's the president, so of course he's going to be under a microscope. Anything Bush did was under a microscope. Anything Obama did was under a microscope. So why is she saying that as if he's a victim? Anything he does, this is what he signed up for. Once you sign up to have a title that calls you the leader of the free world, of course you're going to be under a microscope. He already knew this and still signed up for it. He's not a victim, Micca, and he doesn't need you caping for him. This is a bad look.
Things like that. And I know that the mainstream media doesn't allow for nuance. I know it doesn't allow for certain variations. And I would know that they won't play the entire thing, and that would be the focus. So I wouldn't have done it, but I do understand the video in its context. It's like he's the Lion King, he's the king of the jungle. It's just when you're already hit with the racist trope, even if it's not true, which is, I can understand that because I'm hit with something and it's not true. The perception, you don't want to put out more.
It implies the trope. It implies.
Right. It implies that that's what you were going for, even if it wasn't.
Correct.
So I wouldn't have done it. But again, anything Donald Trump does is going to be under a microscope.
And let me get your take on what Tim Scott, the only Black Republican in the Senate, this is what he said, I quote, "Praying it was fake because it's the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House. The president should remove it."
Well,
do you espouse that thinking?
I don't think it's the most racist thing I've ever seen, or the most racist thing out of this White House. But I don't.
And this is where I would have followed up. Okay, you don't think that was the most racist thing. Then what was the most racist thing that you've seen out of this White House? So clearly by her giving that type of answer, she's alluding to the fact that she has seen some level of racism. So this is where the interviewer should have pinned her down on that, but he's not really here for this segment of the conversation. He really wants to get into the meat and potatoes, which is her and the improper alleged romantic relationship with her and Anton. But here, he could have dug and got more clarity. She's just being allowed to just say this kind of vague, vapid nothingness without having to clearly explain herself. Because as we'll see, once this interview goes further, when she's asked to explain herself, the baby Bob bimbo babble starts to come out a little bit more heavily.
But again, anything Donald Trump does is going to be under a microscope.
And let me get your take on what Tim Scott, the only Black Republican in the Senate, this is what he said, I quote, "Praying it was fake because it's the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House. The president should remove it."
And I also want to give a shout out to the 504 boy, Woday, New Orleans, Braxton, and building. And of course, Tay Baby in building.
Well,
do you espouse that thinking?
I don't think it's the most racist thing I've ever seen, or the most racist thing out of this White House. But I don't believe it's appropriate to keep up.
Let's call a thing a thing. Is Donald Trump, President Trump, a racist to you as a conservative Republican, Afro-Latino woman?
So we got a victim in the chat. Shout out to Jeb Common the victim. What did I say that was racist? Quote me verbatim and tell me what I said that's racist. You still didn't even tell me what lineage you are. You're over here caping and lying for Israel. And like Joe Biden said, if there wasn't an Israel, we would have to create an Israel. Like, Biden, is that you? Jeb, clearly you're a W person, and that's okay. But just reveal yourself. Why are you afraid to say what lineage you are? If I'm so racist, tell me what I said that was racist, right? Are you that triggered?
Is President Trump a racist to you?
No.
Okay. By evidence of what that he isn't?
By evidence of his track record.
And expound what the track record is.
So Donald Trump, it has a track record of actually doing a lot of things for the people, meaning everybody, versus just talking about it, versus just grandstanding and actually not doing anything but using a group of people to do something. Like when he says he's going to hire the best, and if it's a Black person, it is because that person is the best, not because I just want to have a figurehead that's just Black or that's just Latino. That person is actually a qualified person.
Is Patel Cash a figurehead? Because I think he's the only person of color in the Trump administration. It appears that the bulk of the Trump administration is predominantly white.
See, why don't they just say non-white? So now we're talking about Cash Patel, labeling him as a person of color. So now Cash Patel, who many of the MAGA maniacs are calling a shit-skinned street shitter and a pajit, somehow we have the same history and we should all be lumped together. Your people were lynched and had dogs sicked on them. So that's the same as Cash Patel being called a pajit. Cash Patel is the same as you been called a nigger. This shit don't even make no sense, bruh.
Figurehead that's just Black or that's just Latino, that person is actually a qualified person.
Is Patel Cash a figurehead? Because I think he's the only person of color in the Trump administration. It appears that the bulk of the Trump administration is predominantly white.
No. So the other person would be the HUD secretary. He's also Black.
Yeah, who's invisible.
No, he's not invisible.
We don't hear about him.
So now she's just lying. So the dude clearly said the bulk of his administration is white. And she's like, oh, no, that's not true, right? And then they show a collage. Clearly, most of the people are white. And she said, but what about the HUD secretary? And they always do this when it comes to a Black person. They say, look, man, you guys are urban. So instead of giving you a position of power and authority, we'll give you authority over the hood, which means authority over the hood and low income houses, which, hey, you guys love Section 8 and welfare. So look, here, we'll put you the head of that. You know what I mean? Okay, fine. Scott Turner, he's one Black dude. Could you name anyone else? You know what I mean? So here she is. PopCultureMicca is, popping punani for Trump, metaphorically, but why? What has he done? Oh, he put one Black person in charge of HUD so that he can't be racist.
A figurehead, because I think he's the only person.
Look at this dude, right? Cash Patel. Some would call him Cash Pajit. Not me, but the MAGA maniacs who always rail against wokeness and DEI. Suddenly, this isn't woke and this isn't DEI. You know what I mean? They call him a shit scan. Oh no, he's one of the good ones. He's a buck broken baklava person. So we have to give him a pass.
Person of color in the Trump administration. It appears that the bulk of the Trump administration is predominantly white.
No. So the other person.
He said the bulk of the Trump administration is largely white, and she said no. On this picture, do you see a bunch of white people or do you see a bunch of people of color? I see a bunch of people of no color, people who lack color, people with diminishing color, people devoid of color. That's who I see.
person would be the HUD secretary. He's also black.
Yeah, who's invisible.
And then she said he's also black. What do you mean he's also black? You can say that he is black, but you're saying he's also black as to imply that what? There's other black people, and what they're trying to do is lump, oh no, there's another person of color. So now they're trying to lump Scott Turner in with Kash Patel and say, look, he's not racist. He has a person of color in Kash Patel and a person of color in Scott Turner. How could he be racist? Even though 99.9% of the other admin is white, you know what I mean? He's not racist. Like, okay. And I'm not saying just because he has only white people around that's what makes him racist. But this admin is always talking about DEI and the most qualified people. And then they get a bunch of unqualified stooges who many of them are white. That's affirmative action. That's W privilege. Let's get back into it.
No, he's not invisible.
We don't hear about him.
Well, the mainstream media doesn't promote it. That's not my problem. That's not Trump's problem. That's the mainstream media's problem, because the mainstream media also doesn't promote the fact that Joe Biden is a racist, and so is Kamala.
Yeah. Now, when you mentioned earlier, and then we'll sort of pivot from Trump, that Trump does something for all people.
Yes.
Give me an example of what all people, including Black Americans and people of color, Black and brown, have benefited from. What is it that he's done for all people that I and others have benefited from?
Well, I would say let's start with immigration, because let's be clear, the money that gets allocated to immigrants, especially in places like Chicago, can actually go to Black communities, can actually go to Latino communities that are actually here legally, right? When you allocate funds to a group of people that are not paying taxes, that don't contribute to the community, and you're not putting them in these white liberal.
So like I said, Jeb, you still haven't said what lineage you are. Are you that pathetic and ashamed of your heritage? And clearly I said Kash Patel is not white, so I don't even know what type of idiotic, incoherent question that you're asking. But it doesn't matter if Kash Patel is white, because Kash Patel is a white butt kisser. So he's, vicariously white.
Communities, you're putting them in Black communities, you're putting them in communities that are already in despair. When you send ICE there, which, if you ever seen an episode of my show, The Red Cup, I've had Chicago Flips Red on, and Chicago Flips Red are all Black women, and they are Republican, and they talk about the high taxes that the Democrats are putting on the Black liberals there, instead of actually doing.
I wouldn't go that far, you're making some good points, but this one is a little bit shaky, saying that Kamala is as Black as anyone. Actually, she's not. When she was running for office, she was talking about how Asian she was. And then when she ran for a higher office, then like Trump said, then she just became Black. And just going to a HBCU and being immersed in Black culture doesn't make you Black. If you go to Harvard, I'm sure you will be immersed in, white American, Anglo, heritage, immigrant, Irish, Italian culture, whatever mashup you want to say. Will that suddenly make you white? No. So, yeah, I'm not buying that. But even if she was a Black woman, which I don't believe she is, but even if she was, doesn't really matter. What's the point of saying that she's blackety Black when she already made it clear that she's not going to do anything for Black women? So who cares if she's Black, right? Like, that's not something to kind of be proud of. Look, let's vote for Kamala Harris, the first Black woman who made it clear that she's not going to do anything for Black people, but she'll give your daughter hope. Nah, I'm good. You know what I mean? I'll pass on that, right? All the people that say, identity politics is bad and that's being woke. Okay, fine. I don't want to be woke and vote for Kamala just because she has melanin. But yeah, I mean, I could pull it up right now. She was always leaning into her Asian heritage, you know what I mean? But she saw more benefit to be a you go girl, yes, queen, black girl, you know what I mean? And we've supported her, but like, what has she done for the black community? Right. When you look at a Jewish person and you say, okay, what has this Jewish person done for the Jewish community? You'll see them crashing out for Jews, talking about anti-Semitism, et cetera, et cetera. What has Kamala done for the black community? If anything, she tries to tie it into all minorities and marginalized groups overlooked. So if that's the case, stop trying to put her as a figurehead as if she's black as anyone. No, she's not as black as Fannie Lou Hamer, right? She's not as black as Shahrazad Ali. So what are we really talking about here?
When fiscally safe policies, all of these things affect black communities, but they don't put that in the forefront. They only put, Donald Trump just wants to get the Latino community out of there, but there are already black and brown people there. And by having Donald Trump sending people like ICE, you take those people out and the resources go back to the people that they were actually meant for, not these illegals that don't have any place here. It's not our job to take care of them. They can go back to wherever they came from, because if it was us in Mexico or any other place around the world, because they come from all over the world, not just Mexico, nobody would care. They would send us back home.
I think that was a colorful response, but you didn't answer my question. Because I want to be able to make sure.
No, that is direct, because the funds allocated, those are black people.
But what I'm asking is, can you anecdotally identify something that President Trump did for all people that myself and other black and brown people?
Yeah, and this is what people try to do. That's their first thing. Kamala went to a HBCU, so because she went to a college that's predominantly black, for now, suddenly that makes her a sister girl. That doesn't even matter. What are you doing for the black community? That's all that matters. If she's not doing anything, why the hell are you talking about how black she allegedly is, right? Because we can point to things that she's advocated for the Asian community. When it comes to the black people, she'll talk about black people, and then she'll try to tie it into everyone else. She talks about the history of the Freedmen Bank, and then she says, okay, yeah, this happened to specifically freedmen, specifically foundational Americans, right? And how we're going to rectify that is to give something to everyone else. The shit doesn't even make sense. If you got a kid in the corner that's starving and a bunch of kids who are already full and already ate, and say, look, we know that this kid is starving, but in order to help that starving kid, we're going to give food to everybody. But some of those other kids have already ate 3 times over. They're full. The kid over there is starving. Won't you give him a little bit extra because they're malnourished? No, that would be unfair. Well, these other kids have already been unfairly getting an exponential amount of food while this person was starving, right? And that's pretty much what they do. They look at the pain and plight of the black community and say, oh, we see you. Like Stephen A. Smith said, they'll pay attention to it and say, it's horrible what they did to the black community. And how we're going to help the black community is by opening the border and bringing in a bunch of people from Tijuana and Bogota. That surely will help the black community, right? The black schools are failing. So how we can help a black school is bring up a bunch of Spanish speaking students and dump them in the classroom. That will help the black community, right? And Kamala Harris, Miss Collard Green, Bathtub Greens, Miss Blackety Black Asian Blasian, she's okay with that. She doesn't care if the black community gets displaced because she has a white zaddy and she identifies as being Asian first. She sees the black community as an extraction process. I can cosplay and tether onto the community to give her upward mobility in life, but she doesn't give a flying fig about the black community.
Out of there, but there are already black.
But just to be clear, none of the Democrats do, and the Republicans definitely don't, and none of the parties do. Unfortunately, we're on our own. We all we got, but we all we need. Just gotta be on code and stay on code.
Putting them in communities that are already in despair. When you send ICE there, which, if you ever seen an episode of my show, The Red Cup, I've had Chicago Flips Red on, and Chicago Flips Red are all black women, and they are Republican. And they talk about the high taxes that the Democrats are putting on the Black liberals there, instead of actually doing fiscally safe policies. All of these things affect Black communities, but they don't put that in the forefront. They only put, Donald Trump just wants to get the Latino community out of there, but there are already Black and brown people there. And by having Donald Trump sending people like ICE, you take those people out and the resources go back to the people that they were actually meant for, not these.
And this is what I'm saying with all of these bleeding heart people when they try to say, oh my God, they're fleeing gang violence. But I thought you said that there were a bunch of gangs in Chicago, which is why they call it Chirac, saying it's essentially a war zone. Where could the law-abiding good students that want a better life, where could they flee from the gangs in Chicago? Y'all saying that it's so bad that you have to call it Chirac a war zone. Yet the American kids in Chicago have nowhere to flee. They say Oakland, Baltimore, St. Louis is so bad, but yet these kids have nowhere to flee gang violence. But suddenly if there's a gang in Tijuana, there's a gang in Bogota, there's a gang in Medellin, we have to immigrate those people and let those people immigrate here freely and seek asylum and refuge and resettle them because they're fleeing gangs from their own people, right? They talk about the Black community. Okay, the Black community has a gang problem. Okay, but Tren de Aragua, that's not a Black gang. MS-13, that's not a Black gang. La M, all of these gangs that are Latino gangs. Why are no one talking about culture? See, when groups from another country are fleeing gang violence, suddenly we have to open the door for them and have a bleeding heart and help them out. Fine. I know some young bulls in Oakland that are fleeing gang violence and want to change their life around. Shut up, nigger. Pull yourself up by your bootstrap. All right, fine. That's what we'll do. But then when I tell the people from Mexico or Colombia or Brazil, shut up and pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you're being xenophobic. How? I'm keeping the same energy and the same logic. We have to pull ourselves up by our bootstrap, but everyone else from the underdeveloped world could just waltz all in because no one's illegal on stolen land, they say. But all of these people come from lands that was stolen. I can't waltz into their country that was stolen, but they could come here because of some alleged stolen land. Okay, fine. The land was stolen, but it wasn't stolen from you. How do you get a right to come here because the land was allegedly stolen from somebody else? Make it make sense.
Illegals that don't have any place here. It's not our job to take care of them. They can go back to wherever they came from, because grandstanding and actually not doing anything but using a group of people to do something. Like when he says he's going to hire the best, and if it's a Black person, it is because that person is the best, not because I just want to have a figurehead that's just Black or that's just Latino. That person is actually a qualified person.
Is Patel Cash a figurehead? Because I think he's the only person of color in the Trump administration. It appears that the bulk of the Trump administration is predominantly white.
No. So the other person would be the HUD secretary. He's also Black.
Yeah, who's invisible.
No, he's not invisible.
We don't hear about him.
Well, the mainstream media doesn't promote it. That's not my problem. That's not Trump's problem. That's the mainstream media's problem. Because the mainstream media also doesn't promote the fact that Joe Biden is a racist. And so is Kamala.
Yeah. Now, when you mentioned earlier, and then we'll sort of pivot from Trump, that Trump does something for all people.
Yes.
Give me an example of what all people, including Black Americans and people of color, Black and brown.
And see, this is what people always do. Whenever you say that you don't support just unregulated, endless immigration, you get called xenophobic. When they've done studies, and people could do it and from anecdotes and testimony, that many of these people come over here with xenophobic rhetoric towards foundational Black Americans. Many of them come over here, y'all lazy baby mama culture. So they come over here with that. Not only that, just look at their homelands. Look at how Black people, Afro-Mexicans, are treated in Mexico. Look at how the Black Brazilians are treated. And y'all think that these people coming over here are going to suddenly be, very cordial with the black community? They have anti-blackness in their home country, but you think that they're going to immigrate here and suddenly say, yeah, we didn't like black people in our homeland, but now we want to come to America to unite? They've done countless studies. You can look up Duke, you can look up Brookings, Pew Research, and other studies. And people already know most of these communities have an anti-black slur, whether it be Pinche Mayate, Chango, Akata, Jarir, Abid. We don't even, the anti ethnic slurs that other people have, we didn't even come up with them. So this person is trying to claim that somebody is xenophobic, but I guarantee all the people that talk about xenophobia, they don't have immigrants in their neighborhood. Remember the people from Martha's Vineyard? They wanted open borders, but they're NIMBYs, not in my backyard. As soon as they dropped those immigrants there, they gave them a stick of celery, some peanut butter, a Capri Sun, and said, you're out of here, buddy. This is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants, but you can't stay here. Get y'all butts out of here, right? And then they dump them in a poor black neighborhood, and we say, hold on, we're already struggling over here. We're already poor. We're American citizens who speak English and have citizenship. Stop being xenophobic. You have to accept these people who don't speak English and who are struggling and fleeing gang violence, and we have to resettle them here with your taxpayer dollars. And we ain't giving you niggas nothing. Stop begging for reparations because we have to give it to non-citizens who just came to the country. And if you're against it, that's xenophobia. Okay.
A figurehead, because I think he's the only person of color in the Trump administration. It appears that the bulk of the Trump administration is predominantly white.
No. So
And Roger, you're speaking, her dad is Black Jamaican. There's no record of her dad calling himself Black Jamaican. See, you're projecting what you think he is onto him, and they look and say, oh, he has an afro, or her dad is Jamaican. There's no race called Jamaican, just like there's no race called Indian. So her dad is a Indo-Irish Jamaican. Show me the documentation of him calling himself Black. They have people like Roger calling him Black, and other people will call him Afro or African American. Show me him out of his mouth saying that he's Black. You won't find it. Every time he talks about race, he pivots and says that he's Jamaican. But there's no race called Jamaican. And then we just say, well, race is a social construct. So is a Jamaican. That's a social construct. An Indian is a social construct, right? So how far are we really willing to go with this social construct rhetoric? So yeah, you're projecting Blackness onto him, but find me any proof of him calling himself Black. You won't find it. You'll hear him talking about Black people and Black issues and saying that he relates to the Black struggle somehow, but he's not calling himself Black. Debunk me, right? You won't find it.
the other person would be the HUD secretary. He's also Black.
Yeah, who's invisible.
No, he's not invisible.
We don't hear about him.
Well, the mainstream media doesn't promote it. That's not my problem. That's not Trump's problem. That's the mainstream media's problem. Because the mainstream media also doesn't promote the fact that Joe Biden is a racist. And so is Kamala.
Yeah. Now, when you mentioned earlier, and then we'll sort of pivot from Trump, that Trump does something for all people.
Yes.
Give me an example of what all people, including Black Americans and people of color, Black and brown, have benefited from. What is it that he's done for all people that I and others have benefited from?
Well, I would say let's start with immigration, because let's be clear, the money that gets allocated to immigrants, especially in places like Chicago, can actually go to Black communities, can actually go to Latino communities that are actually here legally, right? When you allocate funds to a group of people that are not paying taxes, that don't contribute to the community. And you're not putting them in these white liberal communities. You're putting them in Black communities. You're putting them in communities that are already in despair. When you send ICE there,
I didn't embellish, but even if I did embellish, who cares? Like, even if Kamala was Black, who gives a fuck? She's not going to do anything for the Black community. She doesn't plan to do anything for the Black community. So who cares if she's Black? I don't care if she was purple or orange or white. If she doesn't have any specific policies to help my community, then no, I'm good. No tangible, no vote. And the way we are, we're not saying, hey, only help our community and forget everybody else. No, we support universal policies that uplift, enrich, and enfranchise the entire country. But we're tired of being actually overlooked and having our pain and plight, rolled up into a burrito to give to someone else. Look at everything that the Black community went through. So now we have to help non-citizens and people of marginalized backgrounds who just got here. You know what I mean? If a white dude breaks his leg and become disabled, now he's part of a minority group entitled to the same benefits as a Black person that survived Jim Crow. Y'all both minorities. Nah, man, we're tired of our struggles just being intertwined and entrenched with each other as if it's, no daylight or separation between the two, right? All we're asking for is cultural and ethnic specificity. We don't all have the same story, the same struggles, and that's fine. That's what makes the country beautiful, right? By calling it a melting pot. It's not a melting pot of a bunch of the same flavors, right? It's differences. So the only way those differences can be highlighted and distinctive is by pointing them out, by disaggregating the data.
Which, if you ever seen an episode of my show, The Red Cup, I've had Chicago Flips Red on. And Chicago Flips Red are all Black women, and they are Republican. And they talk about the high taxes that the Democrats are putting on the Black liberals there, instead of actually doing fiscally safe policies. All of these things affect Black communities, but they don't put that in the.
Yeah, and like Roger said, I told y'all, look it up. There's no documentation, and there's nowhere where Kamala Harris' dad is calling himself Black. When they ask about his race, he always says Jamaican, even though we know there's no race called Jamaican. When we look at Kamala's mom, when it asks what race Kamala's mom is, it said Caucasian. Now you can say that, oh, no, she's not Caucasian. She's not white. Well, why was she legally, socially, and racially classified as white? There was no gun to her head forcing her to check the white box. And how many others have done this, right? So suddenly people want to act like this is a mystery, and no, this has never happened before. Yeah, there's many people with brown skin who check the white box and turn around and say that they're a person of color, just like you.
Forefront. They only put, Donald Trump just wants to get the Latino community out of there, but there are already Black and brown people there. And by having Donald Trump sending people like ICE, you take those people out and the resources go back to the people that they were actually meant for, not these illegals that don't have any place here. It's not our job to take care of them. They can go back to wherever they came from, because if it was us in Mexico or any other place around the world, because they come from all over the world, not just Mexico, nobody would care. They would send us back home.
So I know you definitely ain't FBA. And if you are, you sound like the kind of buck broken bootlick bozo babbling rhetoric, because this is the same. We've already heard this before. Like Obama said, I'm not the president of Black America. I'm the president of all America. Right. So nobody is saying, hey, only do something for Black Americans. But what is the point on running on you being a yes queen, blackity black girl, when you're not going to do anything for Black people? So why are you even mentioning your Blackness? Just say that you're a human being. Just say that you're a Homo sapien. Just say that you're an American. Why are you even interjecting some so-called Blackness when you know you're not going to do anything? She's going to be the president of America. All lives matter, right? So she should be on an all-American campaign. Don't even mention blackness. So you're saying I'm going against my own critique. How am I going against my critique when I just said I'm voting based on my economic and political interests? Kamala Harris is not aligned with that. Neither is Trump, which is why I didn't vote for neither of them. Here you are blindly just like butt kissing for Kamala Harris, but there's no policies that you could name that truly would have benefited your life. A bunch of nothing burgers and vague stuff that she didn't even fully hash out. If you voted for Kamala, then good for you. Hopefully, she'll be running in 2028. But she wasn't gonna do anything. And like John says, talk your shit. I'm just tired of these like little bootlickers over here. The bootlickers over here for Kamala Harris, who's not gonna do anything for you. Forget the black community. What was she gonna do for American society? What was Kamala gonna do that was so great for the country, right? I'm waiting to hear it. Don't worry, I'll wait. Both parties are the same. And it's actually better that Trump is in office because the same people that said, no, this country ain't racist. It ain't no white supremacy. Now they're saying this country is racist and white supremacy. Hold on. I thought y'all said that this country wasn't racist and that there was no white supremacy. So what do I need to crash out for? What am I protesting exactly? It ain't no white supremacy. So I don't really need to protest. I'm going to just chill at home and make me a sandwich.
I think that was a colorful response, but you didn't answer my question. Because I want to be able to make sure.
No, that is direct because the funds allocated, those are black people.
But what I'm asking is, can you anecdotally identify something that President Trump did for all people that...
Here we go. Now it makes sense. Now I see why you were giving that bird-brained babble. She said FBA is stupid. I'm an African American. What does that mean, though? Where is your lineage? Because Elon Musk is an African American. French Montana is an African American. And you notice that, look, why are people clinging on to this term so much, right? When you see a white American, a Caucasian American, right? You know that they have European ancestry. Why aren't they calling themselves European American? Oh, you just know that they have European ancestry. Well, if you just know that we have alleged African ancestry, why do we have to tie our name to some continent that we've never been? This distant landmass that didn't even exist when my family was here. And this is a tether term. When people say African American, you really don't even know who the hell you're talking about. Someone like Myron Gaines, whose real name is Amaru Fudil. What sounds like a FBA, a black American name more? Myron Gaines or Amaru Fudil? That's what his name is. The dude is a Sudanese Muslim tether who said he identifies as Arab. He comes over here and says, I'm just as African American as you. I'm Sudanese. Sudan is in Africa. I got American citizenship. I'm African American. My lineage is not the same as Myron Tether Amru Fudil Gaines. My lineage is not the same as a Moroccan Arab, French Montana. Charlize Theron is South African. She can claim African American. Zoran Mamdani, a Indian born in Uganda, said that he's African American on college applications. So you can use this all you want, right? It's funny because FBA is stupid. All it is a lineage. FBA is what African American is. And people say, you know what? We're tired of that name. And that name was imposed on us. There was no panel. There was no vote of people that said we want to call ourselves African American. If you were born prior to 1988, you weren't born an African American. When Martin Luther King got assassinated, they didn't say an African American got assassinated. They said a black man and a Negro got assassinated. When Fred Hampton got assassinated, they didn't say an African American got assassinated. They went back and rewrote the history and plugged in African American, but people weren't calling themselves that. They rejected the term, and people reject it now. It's only kind of bird brain babbling bozos that try to hang on to that term, and that's fine if you want to hang on to that term. But to try to say FBA is stupid, now you're saying a lineage is stupid because FBA is a lineage of people. But if somebody says African American is stupid, you would take offense to that. But we're not supposed to take offense to you saying FBA is stupid. So clearly you are stupid. And this is an idiotic comment. I don't even know if you are a male, you know, or a woman. But, you know, I'm trying to be respectful. But the more you get disrespectful with these terms, you know what I mean? I'm going to have to ramp it up. Y'all know my acronym, same energy, same logic. This is not only a grotesque comment, but a incoherent and aimless comment. Do better.
Myself and other Black and brown people have benefited from or has leveraged us as a community. I'm just asking for an example.
But I just gave one.
Okay.
Which is immigration. Because again, you have places like Chicago. And the reason why I harp on Chicago is because Chicago has the highest, one, if not in the country, the highest deaths among Black youth, Black people in general. They take out shot spotter. They take out all of these things.
So when you say immigration specifically, what?
Because immigration is, because when they put these immigrants into these Black and brown communities, preferably Black communities, they take away housing that's for Black.
Your foundation is not in America. If your foundation is in Africa, then be proud of that. Don't try to make my foundation African. I have nothing to do with Africa. My family has been here for thousands of years, at the very least centuries. So why are you trying to attach me to some African distant land that didn't even exist when my family was building here? And this is the problem with many of you wackos, because you think that you're African. Fine. Why aren't you in Africa? Matter of fact, since your foundation is not in America, why the hell are you here? Seriously, go back to your motherland and build it up. Why the hell are you in this chat? Don't you got some work to do? Go back to the motherland. The fuck out of here.
People, they take away maybe social services that are for Black people, that directly affects them. You have
but how does that benefit me and other Black and brown people?
Those are Black people.
But you said it takes away the immigrants. So you're saying that immigrants,
because my tax dollars are going towards them.
So let me make sure I understand you. The immigrants that are in this country, you're saying that the immigrants here are taking housing opportunities away from Black and brown people.
Absolutely.
This country is made up of immigrants.
No.
All
this country, no, we're all not. My family is indigenous.
With
we're
the
all not.
exception of Black Americans who were enslaved.
No, not just Black Americans, not just Black Americans, indigenous Americans as well, because my grandmother is indigenous.
I'm glad he said that, because when he tried to say we're all immigrants, we're all immigrants.
Who is we? Who is we? Who is we? Who is we?
And he did come back and clean it up and said, with the exception of foundational Black Americans, like I said, not all of us came from Africa on the slave ship. But even if you want to grant that 100% of us, which is mathematically impossible and historically inaccurate, there's no definition that you can find that says forcibly transporting someone, kidnapping, hostage taking. There's no way that you can call that immigration. Even when people try to say, no, y'all still is immigrants, it's just involuntary. Nah, immigration requires autonomy and a voluntary choice. So just because you come from an immigrant background, there's nothing wrong with it. Immigrants are human beings. Human beings are beautiful people. But stop trying to tether people and have someone leech onto a lineage that has nothing to do with them. You know what I mean? So, this woman says that her family is indigenous. There are many indigenous melanated people who were reclassified as Negro, and they want to tie everyone back to Africa. So there are Negro people that may have left Africa thousands of years ago, and then there are Negro people that are not actually African. There's Asiatic Negroes, there's indigenous Negroes here. And they always say, yeah, well, if you're dark enough, then you must have come from Africa. But if you believe the pseudoscience, we all come from Africa, including the Europeans. Look up Cheddar Man. When they brought up one of the first European men in history, it was a Negro man. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. I'm not an anthropologist. This is what the anthropologists are saying. So no, we're not all immigrants, and that's where people try to muddy the water. This is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants. No, it wasn't built by immigrants. It was built so that immigrants could have a place to come and thrive. Now, did immigrants contribute and make this a greater, better, more prosperous place? Yes, but they didn't immigrate to a barren land. They immigrated to a very prosperous superpower, which is why they want to come here. Nobody will look at a rundown, dilapidated area and say, yeah, that's where I want to move to. I'm going to pack up my whole family and immigrate there. You wouldn't do that. You would immigrate your family into a more prosperous, thriving, bustling neighborhood and country. Who made it thriving? Who made it bustling? Clearly, it wasn't an immigrant. They weren't even here. They had to immigrate here later. You know what I mean? So let's get back into it.
Those are Black people.
But you said it takes away the immigrants. So you're saying
came from, because if it was us in Mexico or any other place around the world, because they come from all over the world, not just Mexico, nobody would care. They would send us back home.
I think that was a colorful response, but you didn't answer my question. Because I want to be able to make sure.
No, that is direct, because the funds allocated, those are Black people.
But what I'm asking is, can you anecdotally identify something that President Trump did for all people that myself and other Black and brown people have benefited from, or has leveraged us as a community? I'm just asking for an example.
I just gave one.
Okay.
Which is immigration. Because again, you have places like Chicago. And the reason why I harp on Chicago is because Chicago has the highest, one, if not in the country, the highest deaths among Black youth, Black people in general. They take out Shot Spotter. They take out all of these things.
So when you say immigration specifically, what?
Because immigration is, because when they put these immigrants into these Black and brown communities, and preferably Black communities, they take away housing. That's for Black people. They take away maybe social services that are for Black people. That directly affects them. You have
but how does that benefit me and other Black and brown people?
Those are Black people.
But you said it takes away the immigrants. So you're saying that immigrants, because
my tax dollars are going towards them.
So let me make sure I understand you. The immigrants that are in this country, you're saying
yes,
that the immigrants here are taking housing opportunities away from Black and brown people.
Absolutely.
This country is made up of immigrants.
No.
All the
this
immigrants.
Country, no, we're all not. My family is indigenous. We're all not.
And this is why they push that we're a nation of immigrants, built by immigrants and all this stuff. That doesn't even negate. So what he's saying, because this is a nation of immigrants, who cares if the immigrants displace the Black people? Because we're all immigrants. And then he pivots and said, okay, except for the foundational Black Americans, they're not immigrants. Okay, so now you're even further cementing her point when she said that they're being displaced, and his retort is just, well, we're a nation of immigrants. So this is why they keep pushing that rhetoric, so that they can flood the borders and say, look, this is a nation of immigrants. You know, your family was immigrants, so how could you be against immigrants, right? But there are many immigrants that came what they would call the right way, and it took them years. I think that we should open up the pathways to citizenship. We should make it easier for people to immigrate here. Legally, we shouldn't make it that hard where people believe that illegal means is the best way for them to come. But this dude, as sharp and as astute as he is he's pretending as if he doesn't know. Well, this is a nation of immigrants. Yeah, this is a nation of immigrants. But now you have cities like Oakland. Oakland in the 90s was 47% Black. Now it's 17% Black. Guess who they replaced that population with? Mainly undocumented immigrants. So how could somebody come across the border fleeing gang violence, poor, right? They're coming for better opportunities, which means they were failing over there. So they come over here to California, one of the most expensive states in the country, if not the most expensive state, and suddenly they're able to afford to live in the most expensive state, they're just picking the fruit. Most of them are not picking the fruit, but let's just say they were. You don't make a lot of money picking fruit, especially if you're picking fruit under the table. So no one asks, how are they able to afford to live in the most expensive state picking fruit under the table wages? There's all sorts of NGOs, goodies, giveaways, and guarantees set up by the government, resettlement programs, refugee programs that are only for immigrants. If you're a citizen, shut up, nigger, pull yourself up by your bootstrap. You know, if you're a citizen, if you're an immigrant, this is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants. Give us your sick, your tired, your poor, and we got to help you. Okay.
All of these things.
So when you
that are
say
there to-
immigration specifically, what?
because
with
immigration is because when they put these immigrants into these Black and brown communities, and preferably Black communities, they take away housing that's for Black people. They take away maybe social services that are for Black people. That directly affects them. You have
But how does that benefit me and other Black and brown people?
those are Black people.
But you said it takes away the immigrants. So you're saying that immigrants,
because my tax dollars are going towards them.
So let me make sure I
instead of the
understand
Black
you.
people
The immigrants that are in this country, you're saying
yes,
that the immigrants here are taking housing opportunities away from
absolutely
Black and brown people.
Absolutely.
This country is made up of immigrants.
No.
All the
this
immigrants.
country, no, we're all not.
With the exception,
my family is indigenous.
With
we're
the
all
exception
not.
of
we're all
Black
not.
Americans who were enslaved
No,
and forced here.
not just Black Americans, not just Black Americans, indigenous Americans as well, because my grandmother is indigenous. I am not an immigrant, and neither is my family. So again, they're not here. They're not from here. There's nothing wrong with immigrating here. But there are other people, including other Black people, including other Latino people that came here the right way, that paid all of this money. You'll get to jump the Rio Grande and think I'm supposed to have sympathy for you.
Let me ask you this, and then we can move on. Do you think white ethnic people in this country are immigrants and also usurping opportunities from Black and brown people?
Absolutely. So you have like the Ukrainians. I'm not for sending my money over there. And a lot of conservatives aren't.
Well, let's just think who's here in America. I mean, you have Polish, you have Germans.
Which I am.
You know, Jeb, I might have to get you up out of here because not only are you trolling, you're giving bigoted answers, and you're just babbling incoherently, bruh. I've been agreeing with her on many things. She is going to start lying, but this is a low IQ loser and a lunatic comment, bro. So if you don't provide some level of sophistication with your commentary, I might have to just put you in a timeout so you can go think about your petulance and incompetence. So he says, I'm constantly asking what the government does for the Black community. Literally, when she says that these immigrants are taking away resources, those resources could go to the Black community. She's saying that the government should be giving those resources to the Black community. Do you have a comprehension problem? Are you slow? Are you a retard? And if we're Americans and we're taxpayers, why wouldn't we ask the government? When you look at someone like Elon Musk, his whole empire is filled off of government subsidies, not pulling himself up by the bootstrap, by going to the government. You look at Jeff Bezos, Bloomberg, Mark Zuckerberg, all of their empires are built by the government giving them things. Jeb, you were bootlicking and butt kissing for Israel. Israel is always begging what the U.S. government is going to do for them. So this is the framing that these bigots try to have, where they try to make it seem like if you ask or demand anything from the government that you're paying exorbitant taxes to. Why are y'all big in the government, right? Did you know that a bunch of Jewish people got millions and millions of dollars? Why? Because their feelings were hurt because someone said, globalize the intifada. Someone said free Palestine, and some Jewish people were butthurt and got millions and millions of dollars from the government. Jeb is not saying anything because he's a Jewish butt kisser. He's afraid to say what race he is, but clearly we know that he's a W person, right? And your community is always begging the government. Remember the Homestead Act? A bunch of poor, yellow, snaggletooth white people, European peasants came over and got millions and millions of acres of land from guess who? The government. When the immigrants come over, guess who the first person they asked to protect them? Not their community leaders, the government. So I don't really know what you're getting at. You're actually debunked your own talking point in this video, in this soliloquy that she's on. She's saying the government to stop giving resources to immigrants and give them to the black community and the black and brown community. That's what she's saying. So I don't, bruh, you're extremely incoherent. And if you make another idiotic statement like this, bruh, I'm going to have to put you in timeout. Not because I'm for censorship. I support contrarian views, but the low IQ lunacy, we really don't have time for that. And I've been joined by an illustrious guest, the Florida fam, sunlight from the Sunshine State, shining brighter than a diamond in the building.
English, Irish. Country is made up of immigrants.
No.
All the
this
immigrants.
country, no, we're all not. My family is indigenous.
With
We're
the
all not.
exception of
We're all
Black
not.
Americans who were enslaved
No,
and
not
forced
just
here.
not just Black Americans, not just Black Americans, indigenous Americans as well, because my grandmother is indigenous. I am not.
There's a bunch of white farmers right now. Guess who they're begging for money from? Not from the community, from the government. And the government pays a lot of these farmers to not even farm. There's that word again, government.
Immigrant, and neither is my family. So again, they're not here. They're not from here. There's nothing wrong with immigrating here. But there are other people, including other Black people, including other Latino people that came here the right way, that paid all of this money.
Yeah, BLM was a DNC Democrat shield organization. That's why they had a bunch of mammies up there who were the figureheads of BLM, but it was mainly a bunch of non-Black people who reaped the benefits of it. Hundreds of millions were cycled through various non-Black institutions, but they put these Black women as the figurehead and said BLM stands for buy in large mansions. Okay, fine. Let's hold those women accountable, but let's hold the other people accountable, because they kept saying George Soros funded it. So that would means that George Soros was in charge, not those 3 Black women. So why is all of the vitriol and the blame towards them? Right? George Soros was the one funding this. Act Blue and the DNC was the one who was funding this. And notice how they always use BLM as a proxy for Black people. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. Most of those protests were peaceful. Most of the protests had white people there. The overwhelming demographic at those protests were white people. But then there were other infiltrators. Antifa was there. Proud Boys. You know what I mean? People were out there saying all lives matter, no lives matter, Palestinian lives matter, trans lives matter, right? Everybody was saying, oh, look, let's just kind of tether on to the Black plight and make it about our issues, right? People were over there still saying defund the police and abolish ICE, not because they cared about Black people. They saw that this was a global phenomenon in terms of this protest, and they said, this is a chance for me to get some shine. We don't really care about those niggas, but, you know, if we can bring light to our issues, that's what we'll do. That's all BLM was about. That's why most Black people didn't go out there, because they already knew what it was. When they were talking about looting and all this stuff, you show a bunch of videos. Yeah, there were some Black people looting. There was a bunch of white people looting. There were white people spray painting BLM. There were pallets of random bricks being dropped off. Wasn't Black people doing that. There were old police cars that was from the 80s that looked like it was from the show Matlock. Where the hell did that car come from? And then the car just randomly gets burnt. What demographic is most known for arson? Don't take my word for it. Just look it up.
Get to jump the Rio Grande and think I'm supposed to have sympathy for you.
Let me ask you this, and then we can move on. Do you think white ethnic people in this country are immigrants and also usurping opportunities from Black and brown people?
Absolutely. So you have like the Ukrainians. I'm not for sending my money over there, and a lot of conservatives aren't.
Well, let's just think who's here in America. I mean, you have Polish, you have Germans, English, Irish. You know, so there's so many other immigrants in this country that are white ethnic people that may usurp opportunities from Black and brown people. But it seems to be a focus
only if you're illegal.
It seems to be a focus on Black and brown people. Well, I think this may be the perfect opportunity if you are of a different shade immigrant to come to this country, because the focus is now on the fair-skinned, if you will, immigrants. It's on the brown-skinned immigrants.
Nope, that's just what your mainstream media shows you. So
I don't pay attention to the mainstream media.
Okay, well, that's just what maybe liberal media, including the independent ones, you know, like your Don Lemons and them. Yeah. So people like that, they only show that, but you have your Chinese immigrants, okay? Because you have the Chinese that come over here, and they have something called where they come and have babies, right? And their babies get citizenship, and then they go back to China, right? They come and they do a lot of these legal houses, and they just found one in Nevada where they had a whole lab set up, and they came over doing the open border. So it's just not brown people, right? It's Chinese, it's other, Middle Eastern countries,
but that's
other
not what
white countries.
That may be plausible.
Everybody that is illegal, everybody's illegal.
Yeah,
came through that southern border because it was wide open.
That may be plausible, but that's not what the Trump administration propagates. I'm just talking about
yes, he does.
Trump administration.
They don't stress it. Donald Trump has said plenty of times, and again, I use the most notable ones for liberals, right? Which is the Ukrainians. He didn't want to send any of our money over there. And you know who wanted to? The liberals. And I know why, because you have people who benefit from that.
And see, this is her Yas Queen. Trump didn't want to send money over to Ukraine, but he wanted to send billions and billions to Israel. So she's trying to frame him as if he's some fiscal conservative because he allegedly didn't want to send money over to Ukraine, but he does want to send billions over to Israel. How does that help us? She won't talk about it, and he won't ask her.
People in the Democratic Party and some rhinos in the Republican Party that benefit from sending our money over there.
Fair enough. All right. What do you think most people feel about Black and brown conservatives when people hear that you are a conservative or they hear that I'm a conservative? What do you think the misunderstanding is?
I think the misunderstanding is saying that you're trying to sell out to white supremacy.
Okay.
And I think that's an awful trope because white supremacy
is not a trope. It's a reality. I mean, unfortunately, with many of these conservatives, they say innocent until proven guilty. Many of them are coonish until proven innocent, right? And it's unfortunate that, people would have that presumption of them, but the past is often a great predictor of the future. Past conservatives haven't really stood on business. They haven't stood on lineage business, communal business. They've stood on this, caricature of what Christian conservatism is, but this is vague, vapid, and nebulous. Once you try to narrow it down to what exactly are you trying to conserve, they really don't have any clear or coherent answers. And then they try to frame it as, y'all just mad because I'm Black and conservative. I left the Democratic plantation. Yeah, you left one plantation to go to another one. You left the Democratic plantation, or you never was on the Democratic plantation because you had your derriere firmly planted in the seats of the Republican plantation. How are you any different? You're mad at the vote blue no matter who, but you vote red no matter who. In the name of conservatism, which you can't clearly define what you're trying to conserve. Okay.
Donald Trump has said plenty of times, and again, I use the most notable ones for liberals, right? Which is the Ukrainians. He didn't want to send any of our money over there. And you know who wanted to? The liberals. And I know why, because you have people who benefit from that, people in the Democratic Party and some rhinos in the Republican Party that benefit from sending our money over there.
Fair enough. All right. What do you think most people feel about Black and brown conservatives when people hear that you are a conservative or they hear that I'm a conservative? What do you think the misunderstanding is?
I think the misunderstanding is saying that you're trying to sell out to white supremacy.
Okay.
And I think that's an awful trope because white supremacy would be that this party owns me, that this party is entitled to my vote, because we should treat voting like we treat anything else. It's what have you done for me lately? Okay. I'm not born in 1963, 64, 65. Okay. So there have been plenty of things that have happened. Every time there is well, I vote Democrat because of the civil rights. This is years later. What have you done? Absolutely nothing. And most of the policies that.
And this is where she's kind of contradicting herself. She's saying, don't vote Democrat because this ain't the 60s no more. What have you done for me lately? Hey, okay, I concur. No tangibles, no vote. Quid pro quo. What have you done for me lately? But all of that argument just falls by the wayside when she can't point to anything that the Republicans have done. She's been voting Republican her whole life, or, representing under the banner of conservatism her whole life. This is what she said. She comes from a family of conservatism. What have you done for me lately, right? What have the conservatives done for the Black community lately? And what have they done for the American community lately that you can really pop your collar to and say that you're proud of? Maybe there's one thing, maybe there's a few things, maybe there's zero, but I really would love to know, what exactly have the conservatives done for her or the community lately? Your point is taken about the Democrats. Fine. The do nothing Democrats, the didn't do nothing Democrats. Fine. But what are the Republicans again? They're definitely not progressive. That's woke, DEI, CRT. Okay, fine. They're not progressive. So what? They went further to the right. Okay, how does going further to the right, how does that help you? Could you afford a home? Are the interest rates dropping? Could you afford healthcare at a reasonable price? Could you afford dentists for, dentistry for your entire family at affordable price? So I'm not sure if the interviewer is going to ask her, but what the hell has the Republicans done for you lately? Your point taken. The Democrats haven't done a thing. What have the Republicans done again? Don't worry. I'll wait.
There is well, I vote Democrat because of the civil rights. This is years later. What have you done? Absolutely nothing. And most of the policies that I can recall in, a span of which I would have been born in, you have policies.
Sunlight, I didn't even really want to address that lie. People always do that. In Canada, we don't see color. We live in a colorblind utopia. No, you don't. There's a racial hierarchy and a caste system in Canada as well. So just stop pretending as if you guys are all holding hands, singing kumbaya and making s'mores. Just stop with the lies, bruh.
That have hurt Black people. You have the crime bill. You have poor immigration. You have the housing crash. All of these things that Democrats had a high role in, if not implemented. So yes, when I look at that, I think the bad trope of saying, well, you just want to be a part of the white man. Well, which white man? Because both of them both of the parties are controlled by the majority. So which white man is the best? Who's ISIS coder? That's what I get from it. And I think, honestly and truly, that
the lesser of two evils, which is why you should be an independent.
Well, evil is an evil. Mm-hmm. So again, that's why I have no problem with calling out, rhino Republicans, because
yeah, she's just a beautiful face, and unfortunately, some people get caught up in the beauty, and they're willing to overlook this kind of baby bop brain dead babble because of her beauty. Oh my God, look how hot she is. She's gorgeous. And this is an extremely alluring and attractive woman. It doesn't make the incoherent ramblings any less, detestable. We'll just call it that.
You have the housing crash, all of these things that Democrats had a high role in, if not implemented. So yes, when I look at that, I think the bad trope of saying, well, you just want to be a part of the white man. Well, which white man? Because both of the parties are controlled by the majority. So which white man is the best? Who's ISIS coder? That's what I get from it. And I think, honestly and truly, that
the lesser of two evils, which is why you should be an independent.
Well, evil is an evil. Mm-hmm. So again, that's why I have no problem with calling out, rhino.
I agree. He said you should be an independent. When they say the lesser of two evils, that's idiotic, because the operative word is not lesser, it's evil. If right now I say, hey, are you hungry? What you want to eat? A double-decker shit sandwich with flies on the side, or some vomit soup with extra barf in it, right? That's the lesser of two disgusting options. Are you going to choose out of those? Or are you going to say, no, I'm good, I'm going to just fast? Or how about you have a double-decker shit sandwich, some vomit soup with extra barf, or some pizza, right? And then you choose the pizza, and they say, you choosing the pizza really means that you chose the double-decker shit sandwich. That's pretty much what they do in politics. You got Kamala and Trump, and you say, nah, I'm probably gonna vote third party. A vote for third party is a vote for Trump. No, a vote for Trump is a vote for Trump. If I voted third party, how the hell did I vote for Trump? Well, by you not voting for Kamala, you helped Trump win. So that's essentially a vote for Trump. Like I said, if you got a double-decker shit sandwich, some barf soup, and a slice of pizza, and you choose the slice of pizza, why you choose that soup? I didn't. I chose a slice of pizza. Why you vote for Trump? I didn't. I voted third party or libertarian, or I voted the couch. You know what I mean? That's not a vote for Trump.
Civil rights. This is years later. What have you done? Absolutely nothing. And most of the policies that I can recall in, a span of which I would have been born in, you have policies that have hurt Black people. You have the crime bill. You have poor immigration. You have the housing crash. All of these things that Democrats had a high.
The Democrats pushed the crime bill. Republicans supported it. The Democrats have open borders. The Republicans support the open borders so they can play good cop, bad cop. Look at what the Democrats did with the crime bill, but you guys supported it and didn't do nothing about it. Look what the Democrats did with open borders. You supported it and didn't do anything about it, right? The Democrats were the KKK. Yeah, there were white KKK Democrats, and the white Republicans did nothing about it.
Oh, and if not implemented. So yes, when I look at that, I think the bad trope of saying, well, you just want to be a part of the white man. Well, which white man? Because both of the parties are controlled by the majority. So which white man is the best? Who's ISIS coder? That's what I get from it. And I think, honestly and truly, that
the lesser of two evils, which is why you should be an independent.
Well, evil is an evil. Mm-hmm. So again, that's why I have no problem with calling out, rhino Republicans, because there are plenty of Republicans that I don't like. Yeah. But when it comes down to it, George Bush is number one. It used to be Dick Cheney, but I'm giving him grace because he's gone. Those are my highest two on my list, because those two impacted my generation, right? There are others, but again, just like with Democrats in the past. I look at what's in my generation, and I think the George Bush era.
I mean, yes, these are the options, like Mr. Poker says, a turd sandwich or a giant douche. Choose the lesser of two evils. Like, bruh, I don't want a turd sandwich and I don't want a giant douche. Well, these are your options. You gotta choose. And then here you are choosing a turd sandwich and you got it all smeared over your face. And then when I come and say, bruh, why you got some boo-boo on your face? I had to vote for the lesser of two evils. No, you had another option. There was no gun to your head forcing you to vote either of those two options. You had the option to not vote at all. You had the option to vote for another delectable choice, but you know, you thought that the turd sandwich was going to be your saving grace. Unfortunately,
was just a horrible era. I mean, because it ushered in a lot of policies that took away a lot of freedoms, like the Patriot Act and other just ridiculous policies.
All right, so let's get into Anton.
Biden is and was a Democrat. So when you say the Democrats opposed it, who opposed it? Bernie Sanders, the progressive Bernie Sanders, voted for it. Oh, I only voted for it because of the Violence Against Women's Act, bro. Whatever excuse you want to tell yourself, you voted for it. The Democrats didn't oppose it. Bill Clinton was pushing for it. Do you forget they had two crime bills? They had an 88 crime bill and a 94 crime bill pushed under Bill Clinton, a Democrat, and Joe Biden, a Democrat. So what Democrats opposed it again?
Daniels. Here's my thinking. With your vast erudition or knowledge in politics, was that the connection or bond? Because as I understand, he's a conservative, and much of his rhetoric, if you will, is political.
Correct.
Is that fair?
The party apparatus supported it. So you don't really need to look at everyone who voted for it. The Democrat establishment supported it. Even the people that defect and vote against it, they already know how many votes they need for it to pass. So they'll have a couple people symbolically not vote or vote present, but they already ensured that they have enough votes for it to pass. So this is all just to say, hey, I didn't vote for it, or I didn't vote for the Iraq war. You didn't vote for it because it was already decided behind the scenes that they had enough votes for you to defect as a symbolic gesture, as if you're standing up for the people. But to try to pretend as if both parties didn't support the crime bill is revisionist history, and it's really a pathetic, form of propaganda. I mean, are you shilling for the Democrats that bad? And see, this is why, like the brother said, everyone should be independent. You're shilling for the Democrats that bad that you're willing to vote blue no matter who blindly, but they should be campaigning and competing for your vote. But instead, if you just, the Republicans bad, they racist, so you ain't gonna vote for them. Yeah, they are racist, and so are the Democrats. The Democrats are even more racist than the Republicans. Like Malcolm X said, the wolf and the fox. When you see the wolf, and I'm paraphrasing, you see the yellow eyes piercing looking at you, you see the, the fangs, and then you see the cute cuddly fox. Oh, look at that fox, he's so cute. With the wolf, you ain't even gonna let that wolf get close to you. You're on guard, you're vigilant, you prepare for war against the wolf because you see what it is. You know what that wolf is about. However, that fox you think is cute and cuddly and could possibly be your friend or a pet, and you can introduce that fox to the family, and then that fox mauls you and destroys you. That's what the Democrats are. You know what I mean? Hey, vote blue no matter who, but we ain't gonna do nothing for you niggas. Right? Vote for us because they is racist over there, but y'all are racist too. Yeah, but they call you a nigger to your face, and we just call you a nigger behind your back. So vote for us. Welcome to the Democratic Party.
To say that is fair. Was that the bond or the connection between you and Anton?
Absolutely. So I was a watcher of Anton's content way before, I actually knew Anton. So that is one of the bases my connection with Anton, and also the financial conservatism too, because Anton knows a lot about financial decisions.
Okay, and how would you describe your political relationship with him?
Political relationship, what do you mean?
Yeah, so is it primarily the relationship or the friendship you have is primarily about politics?
Well, no, the relationship that we have now is primarily business.
Or prior to, when you say now, there's an emphasis that maybe it was different prior to.
No, the only prior to is before I knew him.
Okay.
So before I knew him, of course, I'm a consumer at that point.
Yeah.
So I'm, looking at Anton, like I said, from the conservative politics and the fiscally conservative shows he used to have.
Yeah. And what was it that caught your attention to stay connected to the work that he does?
Before I knew him?
Yep.
Oh,
you said you was a consumer of his work. Yeah.
It would be like the Millionaire Morning Show. That's actually what I did watch. I didn't know Anton's other shows until we started working together.
Sure.
But the Millionaire Morning Show, it has, like I said, it has different components of news, financial information, politics,
sure,
and a little bit of pop culture, which is my lane.
Yeah. And even with that being your lane, how did the lanes collided, if you will? Meaning that at some point, either you reach out, you email, you DM, you say, hey, this is great work you're doing. It's something that I'm interested in knowing more about. How was that establishment?
So Anton reached out to me.
Sure.
And he asked.
Well, let me ask you this, just for clarity for the public. When you say he reached out to you, so if you're a consumer of his work, how does he know to reach out to you?
He doesn't know to reach out to me.
So how?
It just happens that, well, I watch a lot of people.
Sure.
Online, but it just happened that he emailed me. I have my email up on my Instagram. I have it up on my
Yeah, but that's what
YouTube.
I'm asking. How did he know? How did he establish connection with you to know to email you?
Well, from what he told me, somebody sent him my work. And so he wanted to work with me, so he emailed me.
Okay, so someone sent him your information, and then he decided to reach out to you.
Mm-hmm. Somebody sent him my content, and he decided to look me up. He got my email, send me email.
And if you can be transparent, what did he say in the email, or what did he say that established your interest to move to the next step?
Well, when I got the email, I already knew who Anton Daniels was because I'm watching Anton Daniels.
Yeah.
So he asked if I would be interested in doing an interview. I said, sure.
Okay. And the interview, does he normally invite guests to come on?
All the time.
Oh, he does?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Anton has like one-on-ones with pretty much anybody. If his audience finds somebody intriguing, which is how he found me in the first place, then he'll bring them on, or if he finds them intriguing.
Yeah. And then you establish this sort of cordial friendship, if you will. Mm-hmm. It's a friendship at that point because you weren't working.
No. So once I did after I did the interview did really, really well.
Okay. And what was the interview about?
Everything. Anton asked me stuff from relationships, like my thoughts on relationships, because Anton does relationship panels and all of these things. So from relationships to politics to whatever he can come up with.
So it wasn't really a targeted subject, if you will.
Nope.
It was just, I want to have you on and I want to interview you about whatever comes to mind, or whatever he is interested in talking about.
Correct.
Some people would say that's a cake bake. Do you feel it was?
What's a cake bake?
A cake bake is when I have a sort of a hidden agenda, if you will, for reaching out to a specific person, sort of making you believe that it's one thing and it could be something else. I may have insidious characteristics. And then once I'm able to lure you in, if you will, I sort of cake bake that situation, meaning that now I have your attention and I have you a part of my space, if you will.
Well, I've never heard of that, but I mean,
That's why
there could be people that can, but I can tell you right now, Anton was always like straight on for it, professional. Like there was really
no. I'm not questioning his.
No,
character.
I'm just saying like there's nothing really that would fit into what you were, what you're describing. Yeah.
So to you, based on my definition of cake bake, inviting you to come onto the show to have a conversation about no particular topic, or at least a topic that he would serve as a prowess, did not feel like a cake bake.
No, because, and especially, and let's be clear, especially in the independent podcasting space.
Sure.
Some podcasters are, particular. You and I would be amongst the top, because a lot of them don't really have an actual angle.
Yeah.
They get around, they talk, they do this, that, and the third. So it's not uncommon that somebody might say, "Oh, I like what you said there. Hey, you want to come on the show?" And it might not be anything in my field or lane, but that doesn't stop them from reaching out.
And where's the show taped?
The reason why people are inviting her on is because she's eye candy. She looks attractive. She looks enchanting. That's why many people are inviting her on. I'm not saying that she doesn't have any acumen, that she isn't a sophisticated young lady, but that's not why people are inviting her on. And she's pretending as if people are inviting her on because, oh, I'm PopCultureMicca and everybody wants to hear what her perspective is. No, people want to look at her and, hear her perspective, you know what I mean? But like what she's saying is not groundbreaking or profound. She's saying things that you've heard before, and she's not articulating it in some way that's just so marvelous and captivating. So the thing that is her bread and butter is her beauty and sexual prowess. It just is what it is. Nobody is like lining up, "Ooh, let me hear what PopCultureMicca has to say." Now Cass is saying, "Now let me see that ass, PopCultureMicca. Let me see you pop that ass." Now that could be some level of objectification, but welcome to American society.
Believe the public and other people started paying attention to y'all friendship?
I think probably when I started to actually be a regular.
Okay, so give us that timeline from when he flew you out, you participated as a guest, you're done with the show, you fly back home. At what point from that last time up until you became a regular were you in communication with him?
So,
like months?
So after I did the first interview,
sure,
probably maybe a couple of weeks after the interview aired and Anton could actually see how it was doing, I got a really good response from his audience. And so his audience decided, to people that don't know Anton, sure. Anton is a big advocate of what his viewers and his watchers think, his chat.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit.
You will, but what sealed it for you?
Was
Fridays. You make a good amount of money just for Thursdays and Fridays.
Correct.
Yeah. Let's get to the meat and potatoes of what's been out there. Mm-hmm. So I understand that Anton is married. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're married.
Correct.
Correct. Have you met Anton's wife?
Yes.
How would you describe her?
She's very, when I say probably one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life, that lady is probably one of the nicest people I've ever met. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And has Anton met your husband?
In person, absolutely not.
He has not met him in person. Has he met him?
So if someone asks you, have you met this person in person? Absolutely not. Right. So if someone says that, it would imply, okay, cool. They didn't meet him in person, but they met him in some other informal or formal setting. Otherwise, the answer to the question is, has Anton met your husband? No. No, not in person. Okay, what other setting has he met him in? Otherwise, why are you giving this kind of rambling, babbling, tap dancing answer? This is a clear question. It should be no. She answered it quick, but she's trying to hedge. Why are you hedging? This is a clear yes or no question. Did he meet your husband or didn't he? Not in person. Okay, what other means did he meet your husband? Let's see.
Over the phone or by in DM? What other form of introduction when you say not in person?
Because a lot of people assume that, when you have to see people, it has to be in person, or that if you don't meet them in person, then it's something or whatever. So
I'm saying, what's the form of communication? That he met your husband?
they don't have a form of communication where they talk back and forth.
Yeah. But you said he did not meet your husband in person.
No.
Is that to imply that he met him virtually?
No.
So he's never met your husband?
No. And
why is that?
So she said all of that stuff to end up saying no. Well, if you know he didn't meet your husband, he asked, did Anton Daniels ever meet your husband? Well, no, not in person. The answer is no. We don't need all this extra stuff. See, if you ask somebody a simple question and they start volunteering extra information that you didn't ask, extra incoherent information, that seems a little sus to me.
A lot of people assume that, when you have to see people, it has to be in person, or that if you don't meet them in person, then it's something or whatever. So
I'm saying, what's the form of communication? That he met your husband?
They don't have a form of communication where they talk back and forth.
Yeah. But you said he did not meet your husband in person.
No.
Is that to imply that he met him virtually?
No.
So he's never met your husband?
No.
And why is that?
No particular reason.
Sure.
Just I've never had to actually do anything where my husband was there, and so if he's there, like if my like when we work together, is here, so my husband's come here. But
when we first met and worked together,
we were in person as well.
Your husband came.
Yeah, but we were here. We were here in the DC area. Yes, my husband came.
Yes.
So again, if he was here, then yes. But most of my business dealings, and if not all, I usually have a manager or somebody else deal with that. So that's the reason why it's not a thing. But I talked to my husband about it.
How long have you and Anton been business partners or friends?
Yeah, this shit ain't making no sense. So you'll talk to your husband about Anton, but your husband won't meet Anton. They haven't met virtually. Why are you even talking about him? They didn't meet virtually. They didn't meet in person. So why are you talking about him again? I don't know any husband that will say, oh yeah, this is my business partner. This is the man that I'm doing shows with and flying all over the country with. What man would say, oh yeah, I trust you, babe. I don't got to meet him. Yeah, I could trust you, but you trust, but verify. Because when she was on Tasha K and asking if her husband could do all this, no, we're not talking about my husband. We're talking about me. But then she also said that no, her husband can't just be, willy-nilly kicking it. So she's framing it as, nah, I'm not just kicking it with Anton. This is business. Why won't you introduce your husband to your business partner? Ain't nothing going on, right? Both of you are conservative people. Wouldn't this be the Christian conservative thing to do? I'm not seeing a lot of conservatism in Christianity, right? Both two married people kicking it with each other under the guise of business, creeping at late night hours, going on trips that your husband doesn't even know about in the name of business. Okay. Couldn't be me.
We were in person as well.
Your husband came.
Yeah, but we were
yes.
here. We were here in the DC area. Yes, my husband came.
Yes.
So again, if he was here, then yes. But most of my business dealings, and if not all, I usually have a manager or somebody else deal with that. So that's the reason why I it's not a thing. But I talk to my husband about it.
How long have you and Anton been business partners or friends?
We're business partners. And
so you're not a friend.
Okay, so Dee says your wife had a business that I did not need to know who she worked with. Okay, so let me ask you this, Dee. Would you care if your wife was in another man's hotel room after 2 a.m., drunk, inebriated, and looking like a mess? You know what I mean? Her hair was fine, straight, looking like Pocahontas. But then when you seen her at night, she had bed head and looked like she got her back blown out. Is that okay for your wife to do? Could you clarify that for me, Dee? Is it okay for your wife to be chilling in another man's hotel room at after midnight hours conducting business? Let me know, Dee, since you have all the faith and trust in the world in your wife, which is a beautiful thing. Salute to your marriage. Hopefully it remains prosperous and you live happily ever after. But could your wife conduct business in another man's hotel room at 3 a.m.? Let me know, Dee. With the answers you've been given, I'm probably sure that you'll say yes. My wife could do whatever she wants. Who cares if she's in another nigga's room at 4 a.m.? Okay. Happy wife, happy life.
Because I don't want to provide language that's inaccurate.
That's why I changed it.
Yeah.
We're business partners. Absolutely.
You're not friends.
No.
Okay.
Friends would imply that we hang outside of business.
No.
Okay, Dee, condolences to your wife. If your wife was here, or your new future wife, or your future girlfriend, is it cool for any of them to do what I laid out, to be in another man's room conducting business at 3 a.m. inebriated?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, like
outside of business.
Yeah,
correct.
like not we were, me and you were shooting here, and then we just get something to eat.
What you mean you don't believe in happy wife, happy life, Big Rig? Expound on that. What's wrong with that? Because some would say happy husband, or I might fuck your cousin.
Afterwards, but we are doing business.
Yes.
I'm saying, hey, are you up? Are you available today? Or you want to go out to the blah, blah, blah?
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
Do you believe it was important at some point for you to...
And shout out Pamela has come through in the clouds. Your podcast is thought-provoking on so many levels. As a woman, you're absolutely right. Something is definitely sus. And shout out to Pamela for keeping it real. I don't know any women who are of conservative value that love their husband that will be chilling in another conservative married man's room at 3 a.m., getting drunk, getting sloshed, slurring your words. And your head looks like bed head, like somebody, rubbed it, smacked it up and flipped it down, spread those cheeks and penetrated them. That's what it looked like. That's what it was giving. You know what I mean? But salute to Pamela being in the clouds. You could have been anywhere in the world. You chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you.
Introduce your husband to Anton.
Yeah, have a form of communication where they talk back and forth.
Yeah, but you said he did not meet your husband in person.
No.
Is that to imply that he met him virtually?
No.
So he's never met your husband?
No.
And why is that?
No particular reason.
Sure.
Just I've never had to actually do anything where my...
Yeah, so the appropriate terminology should be happy spouse, happy house, right? Because both of you are in a spousal relationship. So if both spouses are happy, then the house should be happy. Happy spouse, happy house. I think that's better than the happy wife, happy life, because it, puts a premium on the wife's happiness. But hey, Brothers like to be happy too. Males like to be happy too. And since it's a marriage, right, it's supposed to be matrimony, holy matrimony. Both parties and all parties involved should be happy and should be pushing to have a greater quality of life.
Husband was there, and so if he's there, like if my like when we work together, is here, so my husband's come here. But if
when we first met and worked together,
we were in person as well.
Your husband came.
Yeah, but we were here. We were here in the DC area. Yes.
Oh snap, Dee Dee, you in the DC area? Well, maybe you might see PopCultureMicca, you know what I mean? And you know, you might want to pop some game, you know what I mean? Shoot your shot, you know what I mean? The only thing is, you know, she really don't like Democrats. You know, she's a MAGA, you know what I mean? So you're gonna have, if you wear one of those Make America Great Again hats, you might have a shot. So she's in your same area, Dee Dee. Try to pop it at PopCultureMicca.
Don't meet them in person, then it's something or whatever. So
no, so I'm saying, what's the form of communication?
I mean,
that he met.
I mean, they don't have a form.
Finally, we got some people talking sense. Van says trust, and I don't know if this was a typo, but it says trust and proper are two different things. No man or woman would want their mate in said situation. Yeah, I don't know any person that would want their spouse in a hotel room after, you know, in the booty clapping hours, getting drunk, and kikiing. And like Biz Markie said, but you say he's just a friend. Oh, baby, you, right? You say he's just a business partner? Is he though? Or is she popping at Punani? Who knows?
Communication where they talk back and forth.
Yeah, so but you said he did not meet your husband in person.
No.
Is that to imply that he met him virtually?
No.
So he's never met your husband?
No.
And why is that?
No particular reason.
Sure.
Just I've never had to actually do anything where my husband was there, and so if he's there, like if my like when we work together, is here, so my husband's come here. But if
when we first met and worked together,
we were in person as well.
Your husband came.
Yeah, but we were here. We were here in the DC area. Yes, my husband came.
Yes.
So again, if he was here, then yes. But most of my business dealings, and if not all, I usually have a manager or somebody else deal with that. So that's the reason why I it's not a thing. But I talk to my husband about it.
How long have you and Anton been business partners or friends?
We're business partners.
Yeah.
And
so you're not a friend, because I don't want to provide language that's inaccurate.
That's why I changed it.
Yeah.
We're business partners. Absolutely.
You're not friends.
No.
Okay.
Friends would imply that we hang outside of business.
Not necessarily. Well, yes, correct.
Yeah, like
outside of business.
Yeah,
correct.
like not. We were, me and you were shooting here, and then we just get something to eat afterwards. But we are doing business.
Yes.
I'm saying, hey, are you up? Are you available today? Or you want to go out to the blah blah blah?
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
Do you believe it was important at some point for you to introduce your husband to Anton?
Yeah, because
I'm sure his wife thought it was important to meet you.
So I can't speak on what his wife thought.
Correct.
But the one time that I would have is when we had an event here, but he had to work. So, I mean.
But have you made it a concerted effort to make it happen? We do what we want to do, when we want to do it, for whom we want to do it for. And if something is really important to you and your family, either on your end as a wife, you absolutely make a concerted effort for this man, or
go ahead,
or Anton as a man says, I want to meet your husband just because you're married, and I don't want any messaging.
And as a conservative man, why didn't Anton say, hey, look, we're going to be doing business together. We're both conservatives. We're both MAGA. It will be the proper thing to do for me to meet your husband, just because I don't want your husband thinking, we doing some funny business behind the scenes. So let me meet your husband. I mean, that would be the conservative thing to do. Instead, they're trying to convince you that the conservative Christian thing to do is to be hanging out in a hotel with each other late night, drinking, giggling, kikiing, taking pictures that can be construed as some funny business going on. What is Christian about any of this? What is conservative about anything that she's saying right now?
Or anything else to be misconstrued by him or the public. So it's fair that I introduce myself. Has that conversation happened?
No, that conversation has not happened. And I understand what you're saying. My thing, again, my business dealings is normally with me, my manager, things like that. But it's not without my husband knowing. So everything that I do, every place that I go, everything that I'm going to be doing, my husband knows. And I have to actually talk about it with him, tell him what I'm doing, things like that.
How did you reassure your husband this was strictly business? Like if my wife is flying to another state,
because of
at some point I'm going, or I need to meet this person in person.
Yeah, for me, I'm not married, but if I was, this would be unacceptable. I mean, and I won't respond says, if it was my husband, I'd be gone because I would know that they're having an affair. Goodbye. But what about to death do us part, right? You won't try to work it out? Maybe counseling, you know what I mean? Maybe go on Dr. Phil.
And it doesn't matter to me if he's single or married. It doesn't matter to me if he feels that he wants to meet me. I want my wife to be very committed and loyal to the idea of her business engagements. I should be comfortable with.
Well, I won't respond. He was in a hotel, but according to them, they were conducting business. Does that make a difference? Because they're saying nothing salacious was going on, nothing scandalous was going on. They were just in the hotel room conducting business. So would that be a deal breaker? Because, you want your husband to be the breadwinner. You want him to be able to provide for his family. So if he was just conducting business, would that still be a deal breaker and you would want to divorce? Let me know.
A husband. Do you understand?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
Sure.
But my thing is, I think a lot of people sometimes misconstrue is this. You guys separate for some reason, independent from like big conglomerates, right? So if there's a person that has a business,
sure,
it automatically changes from if Disney calls you, right? Because there have been other things that I have done as far as movie sets and other things that my husband has not gone to.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody would bat an eye if I'm talking to the director or if I'm going to meet, for a shoot for this or that. Your spouse is not always coming. And so I think the notion that just because it's this person, and I understand that people have their own thoughts and perceptions of people, but
yeah, I agree. Many people don't know when their spouse is having an affair, but what makes situations make people more paranoid, right? If you don't know if your spouse is having an affair, then you're going to have a heightened sense of vigilance because you don't want to be the one getting played. And sometimes it leads to paranoia, which could cause issues in your relationship. But some people rather be paranoid than be too passive. You know what I mean? They'd rather be paranoid and, kind of expect some sort of flaw rather than just accepting that everything is just all peaches and flip-flops and sandals and nothing is going to happen, right? Because what happens is sometimes people put too much faith and too much trust in a spouse, and then people take that trust and that kindness for weakness. And I think if you suspect your spouse of infidelity, just talk about it rather than trying to snoop through their phones or hiring a private detective to follow them around. Have a conversation, especially if you're married, right? It's to death do us part, holy matrimony. The least you can do is voice your concerns. And if you have an issue talking to your spouse face to face, looking them in the eye, hey, write a letter, type it up, have it sent to them, have some other courier deliver the message, as long as the message is clear and it gets out, right? Because sometimes people speculate that their spouse is cheating and they're not, and you're projecting your insecurity on your spouse. And then sometimes people think, no, my spouse is an angel, and they're out there making you look like Boo Boo the Fool. So it's a very complex and nuanced dilemma and circumstance to be in, you know what I mean? But you should approach it, you know, with some level of concern and commitment to, you know, upholding your vows versus here, let me try to tear it down at the first sight of trouble. That would be against, you know, what you vowed to do.
I think a lot of the times when it comes down to people who are in independent media, they think it's more of a personal level, and still it's business.
Yeah. But I think what people may feel befuddled or confused by is at some point you put the business aside when rumors are brewing.
So Didi, you said you learned of an affair that your wife supposedly had. Did she supposedly have the affair, or did she actually have the affair? Which one is it? And how did that make you feel? Like, were you crying? Did you care? How do you get over something like that? Because oftentimes, you know, these things could lead people to thoughts of self-deletion, thoughts of harming people. Sometimes people start raging out and become an incel. So what type of sentiments went through your mind once you found this out? Did it actually happen, or did it supposedly happen?
When images are plastered all over social media.
Now you're talking about a year later.
Okay, so before a year later, let me ask you this. Has there ever been a concern from your husband about your relationship, business relationship with Anton?
My business relationship, absolutely not. Because one, he can watch it. Like, he can literally sit there and watch it. And then two, if he has a concern or anything he wants to know, I just tell him.
Has he ever been incredulous? Like skeptical? Has he been with your flying out there, or depending on how long you stay, or just the mere fact that I never even met this person? Has he just had that sort of incredulity, if you will, about not meeting your male business partner?
So I think he would like to be, you know, more involved with coming out there. But again, and you know what my husband does for a living. Sure. So it's
Big Rig, you are correct. You can come off mute if you want. And I won't respond saying he doesn't like you anymore, lady. Who are you referring to? Are you saying Anton doesn't like her anymore, or are you saying that her husband doesn't like her anymore? Because it seems like her husband is just kind of let her, you know, here, just go do your thing. I'm tired of your ass, but I don't think he wants to be disrespected and have her, you know, kind of cutting up in the streets. Oh, I asked you, Big Rig, did you want to come up? I would already drop the link. I didn't hear you say anything, but I'll drop the link. You know, I only really want the fam up here. I ain't really trying to have a whole panel of hooligans, but yeah, I'll drop that link. I didn't know you want to come up. I was asking, did you come up? And I didn't see your response. So let me get that video queued back up, and I'll hit that link.
It's not feasible.
No, it's feasible, because here, depending on how long you stay, or just the mere fact that I never even met this person? Has he just had that sort of incredulity, if you will, about not meeting your male business partner?
So I think he would like to be, more involved with coming out there. But again, and you know what my husband does for a living.
Sure.
So
Well, I'm gonna fast forward because there's still, quite a bit of the video left. So I'm gonna start fast forwarding because I did want to play like a kind of follow-up video of the aftermath. So I'm gonna start incrementally fast forwarding the video, but I did want to give a full contextual breakdown of the video.
it's not feasible.
No, it's feasible because here's how I see it. If Anton has to get on an airplane and come and meet your husband out of respectability.
So it sounds like Dee Dee is married again. So congratulations to you on your new marriage.
Then that's what a man does.
If that
So
was
it's feasible.
I was talking about feasible for if anytime I have to get up and go do something. And it's not just with
I know
Anton.
that because your husband hasn't always been on the show when we were doing something. So I get that.
Correct. And
Yep.
so that's what I mean by it's not always feasible. But if it was to that point where he wanted to have, Anton do something, or if it was, well, I want to go,
Sure.
that would have been fine.
Yeah.
But it's never I don't, how should I say it? I don't give a, I need to hide this, or it's just, I just really feel that because this is independent, that we are not looking at it as business because
what is independent?
Because this is okay, so this is your business here.
Sure.
Correct. Not only is she making excuses, she's just kind of babbling incoherently. Like, what the hell is she even talking about? I'm gonna let some more of this play before I break it down.
I can talk to you directly instead of having to talk to 1,001 people
Yes.
to get to you.
Oh, I see
So
what you're saying.
with that, it's still a business,
Yep.
but I can talk directly to you. So I can talk directly to Anton. So being that I can talk directly to Anton,
Yeah, and that's just why I'm calling her Messy Micca, because now it's just like, just answer a question straight up. She's trying to play around, just like when he asked her, has Anton ever flirted with you? Well, what do you mean by flirting? You know what the definition of flirting is. Any woman that looks like this, that is this fine, has been flirted with all her life. So why are you pretending as if you don't know the definition of flirting? And like Big Rick says, man, she think mofos is stupid. Like, no. You used to those gang goofy green weirdo niggas. Like, you dealing with the ism, the highest level.
think people get a sense of that, well, because you can do that, then now it's something more happening if you go meet with this person.
Yeah.
Versus looking at it still the same. Yeah, this is not a big corporation, but this is still business, and this is still a person that is going to be employing me, contracting me, whatever. That still has to happen. If I was flying to Disney has to pay for my room and board.
Yeah.
Disney has to do this, that, and the third. And so again, I think because it's a singular person that is easy accessible per se.
That's right. Yep.
Now it's a different notion. Well, this must be for this, instead of looking at it as business.
So let's call a thing, if you will. And I want to really drive it home. Has Anton ever flirted with you?
Flirted with me as a sense of what? Just naturally?
No.
Here we go again. Huh? This is what I'm saying. The baby Bob bird brain black Barbie bimbo babble. Suddenly, this sophisticated conservative woman doesn't know what flirting is. Okay.
You can do that, then now it's something more happening if you go meet with this person.
Yeah.
versus looking at it still the same. Yeah, this is not a big corporation, but this is still business, and this is still a person that is going to be employing me, contracting me, whatever. That still has to happen. If I was flying to Disney has to pay for my room and board.
Yeah.
Disney has to do this, that, and the third. And so again, I think because it's a singular person that is easily accessible per se.
That's right. Yep.
Now it's a different notion. Well, this must be for this, instead of looking at it as business.
So let's call a thing, if you will. And I want to really drive it home. Has Anton ever flirted with you?
Flirted with me as a sense of what? Just naturally, like we're sitting here, or because I'm gonna explain.
Well, I don't want to get into wordsmithing.
No, there's no wordsmithing.
Okay.
The reason why I'm asking,
because then I want to talk about some pictures too.
No, yeah,
Okay.
I got you. But the reason why I'm asking is because there's two different things, right? So Anton does things for content, and then there's things that Anton would do if we're just sitting here.
Okay.
So if you're saying personally, if me and Anton was just sitting here, no. Now, if you're talking about for content, when we're doing the virtual rooms and things for the show, Anton has said multiple things. So that's why I asked, which one are you talking about?
So let me hear.
Why won't she answer the question yes or no? Remember, he asked, did Anton ever meet your husband? Well, not in person. He never met him. Just say he didn't meet your husband. Now he's asking, did Anton ever flirt with you? Well, what do you mean by flirting? And then she goes on this rambling answer to just say that, yes, he did flirt with me. And she's trying to frame it as, oh, yeah, he flirted with me, but that was just for content. It doesn't matter what it was for. He didn't ask, why did he flirt with you? He asked, did he flirt with you? And look, I was trying to be cool and I was trying to be respectful, but this is getting insufferable. Hey, Micca.
Bitch, are you high? Are you high?
A few of the multiple things that he said that was a flirt.
What people would consider if he's, saying,
not people, what you considered as a flirt.
I would say
on the next video I play, I do have that, Big Rig.
Probably if he's like, oh, Micca, you're so sweet, or you're so cute, right? But the problem that I have with it is because I know he's doing it for content, right? And he's not actually talking to me. However,
did y'all hear what she just said? So first he asked her, did he flirt with you? And she's pretending, well, what do you mean by flirting? And then she tries to do this tap dancing answer to come back to the center and say, yes, that he did flirt with me. Then she said the problem that she has with it, right? She didn't say the problem that she has with Anton is that he's flirting with a married woman as a married conservative Christian. She said the problem that she has with Anton flirting is because she knows that he's doing it for content. So if he was flirting with you that wasn't for content, it would be cool. This is not a great showing for for you presenting yourself as a loving, nurturing, conservative wife. These are not my words. These are her words. I'm going to rewind it back. She said the problem she has with Anton flirting is because she knows that he's doing it for content and she doesn't think that he's serious. But if he's flirting with her for content, you think that he won't flirt with her privately? I mean, who are you kidding? What type of niggas do she think that we are? You mean a woman that looks like this, a grown man, a heterosexual man would flirt with her virtually on camera, but off the camera, he's going to be sweet, meek, and polite and never try to shoot his shot or flirt with her? What the fuck is she talking about, bruh? This shit is wild, bruh. She's just contradicting herself. Let's rewind it back, bruh. The only problem she has with Anton flirting is she thinks that he's doing it for content. she would have no issues with him flirting, genuinely. But what would her husband think about this?
So that's why I asked, which one are you talking
So
about?
let me hear a few of the multiple things that he said that was a flirt.
What people would consider if he's, saying,
Not people, what you considered as a flirt.
I would say probably if he's like, oh, Micca, you're so sweet, or you're so cute, right? But the problem that I have with it is because I know he's doing it for content, right?
Y'all heard that. The problem that she has with it, she knows he's doing it for content. So if it wasn't for content, it would be cool, right? Isn't that what you could allude to?
Content, right? And he's not actually talking to me. However, I will say what I probably should have paid more attention to is the fact that people take content as real life instead of just content, right? Because I come from.
Here we go again. Hey, Micca.
What the fuck are you talking about?
She said people take content as just content. If you see your girl, and I'm not saying Micca did this, I'm just giving a hypothetical scenario. If you see your girl busting it open wide on cam, it's just content, right? You see your girl acting like a silly, game goofy thought on camera. It's just content. And what she's saying is that sometimes people kind of exaggerate what content actually is versus disseminate that, hey, this is content and this is distinct and apart from how people act in real life. Actually, it's not, especially when you have someone like Anton Daniels. He says how he lives on the internet is how he lives in real life. So which one is it? Is he putting on a show? Or are we saying that he's in character mode? Because if he's in character mode, that's a fake ass nigga. You mean he hops on cam and he acts one way, but then off cam, he's another way? The way I'm popping it right now is how I would pop it if y'all was in my face. If I throw a shindig, a function, I'm going to be popping it the same way. I may be popping it a little bit harder. I'm being actually very mild and respectful with the tonality that I'm approaching this discussion. So her over here acting as if, okay, people don't know the difference between content and real life. If you are on the internet making content that's anti-black and say that was just content, no, I'm going to take that content as seriousness. If you see a chick on OnlyFans busting it open, you feel me, sucking all sorts of Johnsons, it's just content. This ain't real life. Nah, really seeing you deep throating, that sausage, right? That seemed to be pretty real to me. Let's get back into it.
A world where I know entertainment is entertainment. I would say probably if he's like, oh, Micca, you're so sweet, or you're so cute, right? But the problem that,
unless she was trying to get shows, clearly she got flued out. But was she trying to get shows? Was she campaigning for the side chick, position? Seems like it.
Probably if he's like, oh, Micca, you're so sweet, or you're so cute, right? But the problem that I have with it is because I know he's doing it for content, right? And he's not actually talking to me. However, I will say what I probably should have paid more attention to is the fact that people take content as real life instead of just content, right? Because I come from a world where I know entertainment is entertainment. and people say this and that, with reality shows, all of that. It's just for entertainment. And they go, the cameras cut off and they don't really hate each other. They talk to each other.
But has he said those things to you privately?
No, and that's why I asked
It's all been on the show?
Yes, that's why I asked you the difference. And that's why I wanted to make that distinction. Because if I just said, he said this word, you would probably think it's just because we're sitting here. That's why I said no. He has done.
All right, I'm gonna start fast forwarding the video slightly just so I can get into this other video. And like I said, Big Rig, you can come up at any time.
Let's do this and this and that. And it's just, so again, he had, back there is where he had his meetings.
So now we're getting into the pictures because she took what some would consider as some inappropriate, provocative, promiscuous pictures with her business partner because he's not her friend. He's only a business partner.
Down and in that way.
Yes.
Now, what is your question that you're asking now? Because
I think I asked it, was it disrespectful? Did you feel that it was disrespectful? And I think you answered it by saying no, because you realize that it's content and people do these shows and they say things. And you also clarified it by saying outside of the show, that has never happened. Would that be correct, what I heard?
Right, but you use the hook at the end to say, well, he's taking you somewhere.
Well, I think you said something, and we can probably roll it back in post-production. You said something about when we go places or he takes me somewhere. And that's what made me say.
So what I said was he's not adding on to the beautiful or gorgeous, saying, dang, you're so gorgeous that I want to take you to the whatever, so we can do this.
And I thought we clarified that because I said those are my words. That's what I said, and you did say he doesn't say that.
No,
right? And I didn't want to put words in his mouth, but I wanted to be clear. So let's go to the picture.
Okay.
Tell us about this. How did this happen?
So this was the day that we did.
So before we get into her explanation or excuse, have any of you guys been in a committed relationship, whether it's a marriage or just a relationship, and you went and were sitting courtside with a person who wasn't your partner or wasn't your wife for business? Let me know.
The interview. So the
show did an interview or just you and him?
This was my interview day.
The first day?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
So this is my interview day because you can go and you can see the outfits, the same outfit, same everything. Now, what he is doing here is he had already a business meeting set up there. So there is...
That's what he told you, correct?
That's what happened.
No, I'm not saying that's what he told you as if that was a cake bake. He told you he had a business meeting and you were invited.
No.
Okay.
So again, back there, probably like on the first level there is a area where if you have, your high roller seats and things like that, you I don't know what they call it there in Detroit, but here in DC, they call it maybe the Ultra Club and things like that, where all the people that have club seats, things like that. Yeah. You have, of course, conference rooms, other things up there. And back there is where he had his meetings. He met a couple of high profile people. They were talking about sponsorships. They were talking about interviews, a whole lot of stuff.
No, I still don't think you answered the question. What I'm trying to
get at. You asked what was I doing there?
Because I said he had a business meeting and invited you, and you said no. So you didn't fall out the sky. They didn't open up the dome and you came down on a harness into the meeting. So what I'm saying is
hold on. Ask your actual question.
So this is what I'm saying. The interview is over. The one-on-one interview is over, correct?
Correct.
What does the conversation sound like to invite you to come here?
Okay.
Because I said you were invited and you said no.
Okay. So no, that's not what I said. But
we're going to play it back.
Nevertheless, so again, he had business meetings there, and he said, well, I got a couple meetings at the game, and these people I think will be good for you to meet. I said, sure.
And you were the only one from the team that went, or were there other people? I know you were the only interview.
I wasn't at a team then.
No.
All right, now it's a lot more left of this video, but I'm not going to play the full video. Like I said, if y'all want to watch the full video, you can go to the Talk Perspective channel. It's still like, man, like 45 minutes left. Now, if y'all are feeling this stream, I will come back and do a part 2 because this seems like the gift that keeps on giving in terms of content. I just want to give at least a contextual overview. Now, the next video I pull up will be revisiting some of the things that was discussed and some of the new revelations. Well, they're old revelations that have been resurfaced. So let me go ahead and pull this down so I can go ahead and pull up the next video. So just give me uno momento. And this video is going to be a reaction to the brothers George Macon channel, Street Media TV. So if you want to watch this full video uninterrupted, it will be on this channel, Street Media TV. Is titled Anton Daniels and side chick Micca caught in the hotel room together in Los Angeles. Now, I think I've given you guys enough of a contextual overview, depending on how the chat and the viewership responds to this. I may come back and finish the rest of the video at a later date, but these videos that I will react to have packaged much of the meat and potatoes of the discussion, and I'll just react to it from there. And remember, Anton Daniels said he doesn't identify as black. He identifies as a Christian conservative. And remember, Micca is a MAGA conservative. Remember that, right? 2 married conservatives. Let's get into it.
What? And let me say this also.
Sir? Let me say this also.
What? And let me say this also.
Sir?
Let me say this also. Micca stayed in pocket. She followed my lead. She stayed. She ain't do none of that. She ain't trip. She just said, yo, I'm rolling with you. And that's the end of the conversation. She ain't say one word. She just kept it moving. That's how women are supposed to move. They're not supposed to do all of the extra, all of that. You follow the lead of the person you're with.
That's a fact.
You don't say nothing. You don't get out of pocket. You don't do none of that.
You jump in the middle.
Move with the person that you move with. That's it.
Man, this internet stuff is crazy.
Huh? Hold on. What did he just say? Micca stayed in pocket. Like, what do you mean stayed in pocket? That's some ism talk. That's some pimp Mac player talk. But I thought Anton was a conservative. What do you mean Micca stayed in pocket? In pocket to who? That's an acronym for pimp. Put it in my pocket. Paper in my pocket. What the hell is this Christian conservative dude talking about? Micca stayed in pocket. She followed my lead. If you had a wife and you heard another married man say that your wife stayed in pocket and she followed her lead, how would you take that? Would you just be an insecure brat for lashing out? Let's run that back and get into the video.
And
what? And let me say this also.
Sir?
Let me say this also.
What?
And let me say this also.
Sir?
Let me say this also. Micca stayed in pocket. She followed my lead. She stayed. She ain't do none of that. She ain't trip. She just said, yo, I'm rolling with you. And that's the end of the conversation. She ain't say one word. She just kept it moving. That's how women are supposed to move. They're not supposed to do all of the extra, all of that. You follow the lead of the person you're with.
That's a fact.
You don't say nothing. You don't get out of pocket. You don't do none of that.
You jump in the middle.
Move with the person that you move with. That's it.
Man, this internet stuff is crazy. So now the situation with Anton Daniels and Micca just took a weird, strange, and crazy turn, because there was a lot of things that we were speculating, but some stuff came out that we didn't know. Now we're getting to a place where we're finding out that Anton and Micca was in the same hotel room, and they were so brazen and so stupid that they went on a live where Anton was in the hotel room. You could tell that they was inebriated. They was drinking. Anton was on one. He was talking his trash. He was showing off. And she always says that he's a different person on camera than he is in real life. But my question is, you're out of town with this guy, right? And he's in either you're in his room or he's in your room, and he's brushing his teeth. He got clothes on the bed, right? And mind you, both of you are married. You're conservatives. Like you, this whole thing is crazy. So when she did that interview on Perspective, remember the interviewer asked her, "Did Anton ever meet your husband?" And she said no. And he was really grilling her on that. But so now you in a hotel room all the way across the country, inebriated on a late night in a hotel room with another man, and he's never met your husband. But let's go back and revisit that.
But two married people shouldn't be sitting together without their spouses.
No. Now, see, and here we are again with you going back to something that's not, because you are essentially saying that I cannot do any business dealings with somebody that is in business because that person is married.
No, what I'm saying is somebody who's never met your husband.
Because if I go out with,
he literally didn't say that. So here she is trying to create this straw man argument and say, you're essentially saying I can't work with other married people, or I can't do business with this dude because he's married, right? Where are all the married women that she's doing business with? I want to know about that, right? But no, he literally didn't say that. What he was saying was, fine, you want to do business with another man, whether he's married or not, because this really isn't about him married. If Anton was single, he still should have met her husband. If he's married, he should meet her husband. If he's gay or bisexual, he should meet her husband, right? What's the issue? You guys have nothing to hide. Plus, she said she's telling her husband about all this stuff anyway. So she's trying to create a straw man and pretend as if this dude is saying, no, you can't work with Anton because he married and you married. No, she's saying it's even more imperative for you guys to meet each other's spouses because y'all like to purport that you're Christian and conservative, which Anton should have been volunteering like, hey, when could I meet your husband? You know what I mean? Because I want to clear up any confusion. Instead, he's just invited her to the hotel room on a late night. How conservative is that?
With somebody that is in business because that person is married.
No, what I'm saying is somebody who's never met your husband.
Because if I go out with you or anybody
and
else,
I met your husband.
Okay, but
the former host has met your husband.
We've already talked about that.
Yep.
But what I'm saying is, you're saying because you don't know when you're looking at that picture. You don't know if he met him or not.
I know he hasn't met your husband. When I looked at that picture, and maybe because I have inside knowledge.
Yeah, that's
like, what the hell is she talking about? You don't know if I met, my husband met him or not. It doesn't matter if he met your husband or not. So what is she trying to say? If he did meet her husband, it's okay for her to take a photo because he did meet her husband, and she's taking photos like this. So what would she have done if he did meet her husband? This is just getting extremely incoherent, aimless drivel and rambling. What the hell is she talking about? And matter of fact, Micca, I was holding off Micca, but hey, PopCultureMicca, I gotta hit you.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God, stop fucking lying.
Please stop lying, Micca.
That's why.
So my point is, you don't know.
But it does. I don't have to know that's inappropriate. Let me say this, and maybe you just don't see it. You can't see how this could be construed.
That's not what I said.
Okay, so do you see this as being inappropriate?
We just talked about what it can look like imagery.
So let me ask you, forget the imagery. Is this inappropriate to you?
From my perspective, it wasn't, because that's not what I was doing. But I told you, I can understand why people.
again.
Bitch, are you high? Are you high?
She's saying it was not inappropriate because that's not what I was doing. What is the that she's talking about, and what is the what that she's talking about? It's not inappropriate because that I wasn't doing that. You wasn't doing what? Then she has this picture where she's leaned up on him. He's holding, where chicks put what they call the tramp stamp, right? He's holding right there a couple inches. His hands would be on the cheek. And there's photos where she cropped and edited his hand out to make it seem like he wasn't close to the cheeks. But then she's pretending and saying, oh, I ain't seen nothing wrong. So Micca, you said that this photo that you took, it was nothing wrong with it.
Right.
Might have thought that wasn't, because that's not what I was doing. But I told you, I can understand why people might have thought that.
Here's another very challenging question, but I have to ask you. I just have to ask you. Have you and Anton ever had sex?
No.
Any?
Hold on. No.
So she was doing this video real standoffish, right? But as you can see in the clip, in the video, she's talking on Anton Daniels' platform, but he's walking around brushing his teeth behind her. Now, mind you, I don't know if the husband would approve of this. And I don't.
Not only was she in Anton's room, or was Anton in her room, or was it their room? Was it a shared room? Right? He's walking in the back with clothes laid out, brushing his teeth. He seems like, this is her dude. Not only that, she's on his platform. We don't know whose room it is. It looks like it was both of their room. Her hair, she's a fine looking lady, right? Her hair is usually whipped up, but suddenly late night when she's inebriated, her hair looks like, when people got to sweat out that perm after they get their back blown out. I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm saying what the optics appear to look like.
No, she would approve of her husband being out of town with other women in the hotel room with him. But she's in the hotel room, and that's what I'm saying about marriage, especially in today's time, right? This social media stuff, and even without social media, it's hard to trust anybody because you never know what somebody's doing, right? If you're not evenly yoked, if y'all not best friends, and even when you're best friends, like people willing to do any damn thing, right? Anything, especially with social media, right? They come on here. You could be the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. You could be anything you want to be on social media as long as you look good enough, you're charismatic enough, and you can talk good enough to draw a crowd to you, right? People don't respect the sanctity of marriage anymore, right? Them days is over with. It's all about what you can do, and sometimes even when you do, that's still not even enough for a person. That's just what it is. We're in a day and time of selfishness, right? And people, there's no more shame, and people don't care, right? I mean, it's to the point where, mind you, these supposed to be conservatives. She's been celebrated and laughed when she come onto the platform with her hair looking crazy, where they know that she was in the room with another man.
I'm not assuming she broke. Hey, look like you. What is your hair doing, Micca? You look like you just. What's up, girl?
Y'all did this nice.
They said you had the Glock out, bro. What the street saying?
You on mute, Micca.
You on mute, Micca. That's what the street saying. They said you was the shooter, bro.
I was the what?
You was the shooter. Man, I'm just letting you know what the streets saying. I'm out here in the LA streets right now.
You shot the sheriff.
Yeah, they were like, man, Micca was the shooter, cuz.
No, and I just came upstairs. No, and I just came upstairs. No, and I just came upstairs.
So these people are on there celebrating this stuff, and they thinking that it's funny. But this is what I'm saying about this social media stuff, and even in real life, why.
And then this shows you how pathetic many of the people that follow Kuntan is, because a lot of people follow him. The people they follow Kuntan because many of them share his sentiments. So when he's always crapping on the black community, saying the black community ain't shit, he's saying that, oh, I don't identify as black. I identify as a Christian conservative, a conservatives, right? Or conservative is what I meant to say, right? But what is he doing that is conservative? What exactly is he conserving? And here he has his audience and over there and they making light of it, but it's like, bruh, all the disgusting, debaucherous, depraved things that he says about the black community, he's perpetuating that as a so-called Christian conservative. Why would anyone take this moist, goofy clown nigga Anton Trickton Kuntan serious?
I get to a place and I don't take a lot of stuff serious because nobody's really committed to nothing. People are committed to what they want to be committed to, right? And these are the things that I've told you guys about 2030 agenda and how they conditioning you to not want to be part of families no more, right? You don't understand that a lot of you out there becoming digital babies. You don't care nothing about family values and none of that stuff no more. All that stuff is eroding away. And it's been happening like this for a long time. And now social media is making it worse. I mean, think about it. Look at what I'm showing you. These are two married people. They don't even have the shame of trying to cover it up. They don't care, right? Why would you play in character when you're married to an audience of strangers trying to look cool, right? Why would you do that? Why would you say that you're under the covering of somebody that's not your husband, right? What are we talking about here? What is this stuff turned into? But this is what I'm saying. But this is a reflection of what goes on outside, at the job, at the gym, right? Wherever, right? This is what people are doing now.
If some young person or just any person of any age was thinking about getting married, is Micca a great example of what you want a wife to be? Is Anton a great example of what you want a husband to be? And people will try to fixate, oh, well, he has money and he's successful and all this other type of stuff. Yeah, there are a bunch of slave owners who were successful. There are a bunch of domestic abusers who were successful. There were some serial killers who were successful. So, like, how far could we take this success and money thing? So people will overlook his contradictory nature and hypocrisy by saying, yeah, but he got money. He got money and he's lying about what he actually stands for, right? Did Jesus have money? People always talking about, well, what would Jesus do in Christianity? Jesus was broke. Jesus wasn't a bag chaser. Would Jesus approve of what Micca and Anton is doing? Somebody who sacrificed for other people's sins, someone who wasn't about money and luxury. And according to the Bible, worshiping money is sinful and an idolatry. So as much as Kuntan is always talking about the black community and people that are sinful, him saying that he's a bag chaser and being obsessed with money is vehemently against the teachings of the same Bible that he's thumping. Idolatry, especially idolatry of money, is a sin. But hey, let's praise, Anton because he's chasing the bag, but not living up to Christianity or conservative values. How pathetic could you be?
Nowadays, there ain't nobody loyal. Nobody's loyal. And even, man, listen, and even when you think you're loyal, if you have ideas of being with somebody else and not treating your spouse right, you're cheating. This whole thing is wild, man. But look, it gets worse.
As Anton's representation.
Thank you.
We want to say that we went to the...
Hold on, huh? As Anton's representation, ain't you married? Huh? Okay. So we already got a married dude saying that another married woman has stayed in pocket and she followed my lead, even though she's supposed to be following the lead of her conservative husband. And now she's saying, as Anton's representation, you're supposed to be representing your wife, Micca, not Kuntan. Okay. But don't remember, she's not a side chick.
As Anton's representation.
Thank you.
We want to say that we went to the 5150 program to have an educated conversation. The conversation took a left turn, and we decided to use our judgment. And what?
And let me say this also,
sir.
Let me say this also.
What?
And let me say this also,
sir.
Let me say this also. Micca stayed in pocket. She followed my lead. She stayed. She ain't do none of that. She ain't trip. She just said, "Yo, I'm rolling with you," and that's the end of the conversation. She ain't say one word. She just kept it moving. That's how women are supposed to move. They're not supposed to do all of the extra, all of that. You follow the lead of the person you're with. That's a fact. You don't say nothing. You don't get out of pocket. You don't do none of that. You jump in the middle. Move with the person that you move with.
But remember, she said there was nothing going on when she was pressed by the interviewer.
He said, follow the lead of the person that you move with. What the hell does that mean, Anton? What does that mean for a conservative? When he said follow the lead of the person that you move with, as a conservative woman who is a wife, shouldn't she be following the lead of her husband that she's moving with? Not some chunky chubby nigga, some chunky coon nigga, right? Okay. Conservatism, MAGA, is this your culture?
To move. They're not supposed to do all of the extra, all of that. You follow the lead of the person that you're with. That's a fact. You don't say nothing. You don't get out of pocket. You don't do none of that. You jump in the middle. Move with the person that you move with.
But remember, she said there was nothing going on when she was pressed by the interviewer about that picture she took.
And then we still have Jeb making incoherent and idiotic comments. Democrats, the party of confusion, bruh. I get it, bro. You hate the Democrats, bro. Both parties are the same. The Republicans are the party of corruption and confusion, and the Democrat parties are the same. But both of these people are MAGA and they're conservative, and they seem to be pretty confused to me. They're confused if it's conservative or appropriate to be in another person's hotel room while you're married at 3 a.m. getting drunk, kikiing and giggling, having the time of your life, right? That seems pretty confusing to me. Is this conservatism? Is this Christianity? What does Christianity say about covering your wife and being a suitable and stand-up husband to your wife? What does Christianity say about that? And is Anton Kuntan living up to those Christian values?
She was leaning up on Anton. Now, mind you, they was dealing with each other for over a year, right? He never met her husband, but she in a hotel room across the country on a late night, inebriated with another man. Come on, man. And you think he ain't torpedoed them cheeks? Yeah, right. Man, but remember this?
I was flabbergasted by this picture.
Okay, tell me why.
Because there's no way my wife would be physically touching, leaning on a married man, leaning on a single man, leaning on another man in a way that suggests I'm feeling you, I like you. This is really some sort of.
Why do you think that says I'm feeling you?
Even if it doesn't say I'm feeling you, I don't want my wife.
Why do you think?
Yeah.
Why do you think that suggests that I'm feeling you? Because
okay, let's
hold on. The reason why I'm asking you, the reason why I'm asking you is I have tons of pictures of our former co-hosts.
Yep.
With the same lean, everything.
But here's the difference.
Hold on.
Yes.
And that person is also a male. All right. And we have a working relationship, and it's the same exact type of picture.
But here's the disrespect. This is a married man.
That doesn't make it any better. Where she like, well, the same picture that I have with this dude, I have hella pictures with other dudes, and people didn't make a big deal about that. Yeah, this picture was disrespectful. The other picture that you had with the other dude is disrespectful. It's not about the dude. It's about how you're positioning yourself, how you're posed. And she allegedly edited this photo. There's a photo that shows that his hand is kind of holding on the lower end of her back, but on this image somehow it just magically disappeared. So somehow she edited his hand out to appear that this pose wasn't as sensual as it appears. But her thing is, hey, if you look at my IG, she does have a lot of pictures like this. Yo Gotti, Jamie Foxx, Dick Gregory. She's hugged up with a lot of people like this. Just because you've done it multiple times doesn't mean that it's okay. Maybe her husband is okay with it. And then if he was, then why are you going around doing this splaining tour?
And it's the same exact type of picture.
But here's the disrespect. This is a married man that you are physically leaning into.
I'm not leaning into.
That to me,
I'm not leaning into.
To me, there's space there. Here's my perspective of it. There's a gap between it, but I'm looking at how you have a smile between it, but I'm looking at how here's my perspective.
Okay, so y'all see this photo right here. She said, I'm not leaning into him. Huh?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
Leaning into him on this picture.
Right.
Don't believe your lying eyes.
Okay. There's a gap between it, but I'm looking at how you have a smile on your face. This is just my perspective. Your eyes look seductive. Just my perspective. And your arm is relaxed on his upper shoulder.
Correct.
And I would never imagine a married woman leaning on a business male partner that way. That to me is inappropriate. That's if you were my wife, I would have a serious problem. My problem would be so serious, you would have to probably extinguish your contract with him.
So if everybody thinking that crap, if everybody thinking about that, that interview right there, that's before we saw the pictures, the video of her being in a hotel room with this dude. So if you got a problem with just the picture, what do you think gonna happen when he see that she was in a hotel room with the guy? So she's on the phone with her husband. Yeah, we doing business, whatever, or whatever. But then he get to see that she didn't have a separate hotel room separate from him, right? And then on top of that, this dude talking real greasy, talking about a woman following his lead, and she up under his lead. After he said any woman that's with him, there's potential they're gonna have sex. He said this, right? But then he's online talking to his audience, talking like this.
Why I think Corey is a bro. Let me tell you why I really think he. Let me tell you why I really think he. Let me tell you why I really think he. It wasn't because of the confrontation. It wasn't because of none of that. It's because that nigga tried the dirty Mac at the end. He tried the dirty Mac and tried to, you know what I'm saying? The nigga know I'm married. Nigga know I got shit.
Does this sound like a Christian talking to you? Mind you, this moist, chubby, chunky nigga is always complaining about the black community, degeneracy, depravity. Y'all need to do this. Wham, wham, wham. He's always crying. Does this goofy, moist nigga sound like a Christian, conservative, or does he just sound like another random nigga that he's always talking about? Coonton, Trickton.
He tried the dirty Mac at the end. He tried.
Dirty Mac, nigga, you're married. The fuck are you talking about, dirty Mac, nigga? You're not a Mac. You're not a pimp or a player. You're a husband. And it seems like you're not really a good one at that. You're constantly disrespecting your wife, but maybe, maybe you guys are swingers or live in an open relationship. But according to the Christian values, nigga, you're not a good husband.
Why I think Corey is a bro. Let me tell you why I really think he. Let me tell you why I really think he. Let me tell you why I really think he. It wasn't because of the confrontation. It wasn't because of none of that. It's because that nigga tried to dirty Mac at the end. He tried to dirty Mac and tried to, you know what I'm saying? The nigga know I'm married. Nigga know I got shit going on. Luckily for me, I do what the fuck I want to do and I don't worry about that shit because I got control over my situation. But what if my chick wasn't familiar with the fact that I got a chick?
You're not a victim then. So why are you whining? This dude is against the victim Olympics. So nigga, if you do whatever the fuck you want, why are you crying about something that didn't affect you, nigga?
Shit going on. Luckily for me, I do what the fuck I want to do and I don't worry about that shit because I got control over my situation. But what if my chick wasn't familiar with the fact that I got a chick out here with me? That I got a chick out here with me. That I got a chick out here with me. You know what I'm saying? She just so happened to be a person that's signed to me. So the whole reason why I brought her there was to also mention her and get visibility for her so I can continue to try to blow up her platform. But Corey knew that. See, Corey tried to throw salt in the game afterwards and tried to, you know what I'm saying? He was trying to like do some dirty. I don't like that. These niggas keep talking about how real they are. They keep talking about all of that type. I would never do that type. I would never try to ruin a nigga relationship. Now, he can't ruin my relationship because, again, I'm doing whatever it is that I do and I don't have no secrets. The fact of the matter is, that's the lamest is try to throw you under the bus, trying to expose you when a nigga get mad and that ain't even got nothing to do with the conversation. Nigga, corny. That's some corny. That's some corny. You losing an argument or you feeling some type of way.
This like the pot calling the kettle black. This nigga looks corny. He is corny. Like, bruh, I don't think you thought that comment through. Nigga, nothing about you is fly. Nigga, you are a corny, chunky coon. That's it.
And then you try to do some dirty macking type. Y'all better watch these niggas that y'all looking up to. These niggas ain't OGs. These niggas is not real. They not OGs.
Nigga, you're not real. You're not an OG. The pot calling the kettle black. He calling niggas corny. Nigga, you're corny. You a coon. Dirty macking, nigga. You're not no fucking Mac, nigga.
OGs. These niggas is not real. They not OGs. You can look up in their eye and tell that these niggas is not real. They don't even move like real niggas. Real niggas don't do nothing.
Real niggas don't sell their community out for white mommy and daddy. And you know what, Anton?
You know what, nigga? You acting like a little bitch right now. You acting like a little bitch right now, nigga. Man, fuck that. I ain't letting that shit ride.
Hey, Anton.
And I quote, you know your damn role and shut your damn mouth.
Bag chasers. I mean, come on now. Just look at this hat, bro. You know what I mean? And mind you, he's a Christian, right? Obsessed with money, idolizing money and materials, which is a sin. And he's always telling people that they need to stop sinning. And he was on Tasha K talking about that he doesn't sin, but he's idolizing all this material stuff in chasing cooch and stuff. Hoe ass nigga, man. Let's get back into it. And Big Rig, I'm gonna get ready to shut it down soon. So if you want to come up, then just come up, because I think that you and John are probably about to do a stream. So if you want to come up before I shut her down, go ahead, and I'm gonna play the rest of this video. And shout out to Red 6 come through. He says the dub supremacists will break Anton real bad when they are done with them. Yeah, well, I don't know if they'll really break him bad, because he is the type of dude that's not just a butt kisser. He's a crack licker. He puts his hands firmly on the cheeks, spreads the cheeks apart, licks up and down and all around. This is the type of dude where he's buck broken, but you really don't have to physically coerce him or force him, because the most important aspect of buck breaking is the psychological, right? Then he's not even putting any resistance, right? He's pulling down his pants and saying, no, don't even use no lube once you rail me from behind. That's how Anton, Kunton, Trickton, that's what he's really about.
Ever. They never do no junk like that, bro. Shout out to Corey, bro.
If you guys listen closely, you can hear the door, the lock on the door opening up, either opening up or closing. You can hear it. Clack, clack, clack. And you can also hear her scraping something. You can hear her in the background, right? So she's in the room. Keep it all the way real with you, man. Well, you know, when you see stuff like this, especially online and outside, you got a lot of people today that don't want to be married because they see stuff like this. And a lot of people say, man, I might as well just stay single, because married people live in a single life, right? And you see this kind of stuff and it's a shame, you know, it's a shame. But I tell you, young people out there that's watching Uncle George, don't build your life around the stuff you see other people do. You go out and you make your own life and you create your own realities for you. Don't watch what Micca's doing or other people's doing, even me or anybody. You go out and you force the reality that you want for yourself. Man, find you a man or find you a woman and y'all go create a family together, man. You go the opposite way of what the world is showing you, because the world is presenting to you death. The world is presenting to you destruction, separation, wrongdoing, right? And you got to go the opposite way of that, because the world could be outside, and the world could be very, very intoxicating. You want to be a part. You want to be a part of what you think is decent until accountability show up.
Yes, they call that FOMO, fear of missing out. And we've been joined by an illustrious guest, Big Rig Slaps. What it did it do? What's up with you, bruh?
What's up with it, pimping?
Not too much, man. So you've seen the stream, right? What we've been chopping it about. What are your thoughts on anything that's been said or been played? Are you siding with Micca? Are you siding with Anton? Are they both?
You know the answer. You know the answer to that, brother. You know the answer to that. I'm for sure not siding with that hutch. You know what I'm saying? That's a liar, my nigga. That's all she do is lie. She think motherfuckers is game goofy and shit. I'm sorry for cussing, bro, but she think everybody just on one.
Oh, no, that's cool.
It's crazy, man. She got me really triggered, bro. I just think the way she moves is just completely out of pocket. You know what I'm saying? Especially for a married woman. You know, the way she be trying to play shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, do you think he was flirting with you? What you mean by that? Bitch, what the fuck you mean? What do I mean by that? You know what I'm saying? Like, she just really be playing hella dumb, bro. Like, the shit be really stupid, bro. You know what I'm saying? She got me kind of hot, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you, my nigga. She got me kind of hot, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because I hate people when people play in your face, dog. Like, that's all she's doing in the interview is just playing,
bro. You do be getting irritated with that. Like, if I ask you a simple question and then you dance around the question, it's like, this was a yes or no question. You didn't need to add all that extra sauce to it. It's just like a simple question where it's like, hey, Big Rig, you know what I mean? Have you ever had a lowrider? Where it's like, well, if you really think about it, like Hondas, they really do get the best gas. And then when you look, I'm like, bro, I asked you, do you drive lowriders?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So that's kind of what she's doing.
Well, do you mean one with hydraulics, or do you just mean a car that's low?
And you see a chick like this, right? We know, okay, she's attractive, has a thick, curvy body, a beautiful face, and all this other type of stuff. So she's been getting hit at and popped at for years, all her life. So when someone asks her about flirting and you to try to, well, what do you mean by flirting? Do you mean this? And all, I'm just like, come on. And then she was disrespecting her husband. She said the only problem she had with Anton flirting was that he was doing it for content. What that tells me is that if he's not flirting for content, then you're okay with it.
Right.
And what do you think about the whole hotel thing? Have you ever been in a relationship where you would have approved
Here
of
we
your
go.
partner? Hey, I gotta ask you. You know, I don't
Yeah, I
want
know.
to
Come
assume.
on.
You feel me?
But you just be
Okay.
so calm with it, though. You feel me? You know I'm finna cut up, bro. But go ahead, bro.
That's why I gotta set this alley oop for you. Now, Big Rick, have you ever been in a position where you've been in a relationship where you would approve of your partner being in a hotel late night with another person drunk, but it was only for business?
Absolutely not, bro. Absolutely not. And to be honest with you, she wouldn't even have got that far. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what kind of relationship she got with her husband or whatnot. I guess they don't really be communicating all that well. But like, you know what I'm saying, before my woman or
According to
anything was,
her, she said they do.
according to her, she's a liar though. You know what I'm
That is
saying?
true.
Anything according to her, she a liar, bro. So like, whatever type of communication they got, it's weak as hell, bro. Like it seemed like she could do what she want when she want. You feel me? Because like, how you gonna let your wife, bro? Like, shout out to Dee Dee, you know what I'm saying? But how you gonna let your wife, bro, you know what I'm saying, fuck around and leave with another man, bro? For one, my woman couldn't leave with another man to the gas station, my nigga. So there ain't no fucking way I'm gonna let her, take flight, you know what I'm saying, out of state, bro. And then she gonna fuck around and go to an NBA game with this nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? And then go to the hotel room, you know what I'm saying, at 2-3 in the morning, man. And we seen what the hair looked like, bro. Like, I went off on that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? I was like, bro, this shit is out of pocket, bro. And that's what was just
So Big
making me
Rick, let
hot.
me have you address this, because what some people are saying, and I kind of alluded to this on your stream last night, and Big Rick did a great stream. Check out On the Block with Rig. He did a great stream last night. Some would say, because I try to get various perspectives, whether I agree with it or not. Some would say that, hey, this is the cost of you being with a bad bitch. This is the cost of you being with a beautiful woman, and you're just insecure if you have an issue with that. She's coming home with you. Why you tripping, bruh? Are you that insecure? What would be your response to that?
They's a sucker ass motherfucker, dog. if that's how you think and whatnot, I mean, look, there is gonna be, there's things that come with being with an attractive woman, bro. Period. People gonna want her, they're gonna try to holler at her. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta hope, you know what I'm saying, she on point, bro. But you supposed to, check that out, you know what I'm saying, before you really just, jump all the way in with the girl anyways, bro. You know what I'm saying? But that's a fact. There is gonna always be some type of something that come with an attractive woman, bro. But for you to put it out there like, oh yeah, you know what I'm saying, you must be insecure and yada yada yada, that's what comes with it. So it comes with your woman taking flights, bro, and giving out her emails to other men, bro. Like I done had subjects, bro, on having friends, you know what I'm saying, when you in a marriage type relationship or whatnot. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying, it ain't cool to just have new friends, of the opposite sex. Some may think I'm fucking wrong for that. But all I'm saying is we're all human, bro. Ain't nobody just set in stone. Everybody's got some type of weakness or whatever, bro. I don't care how you spin it. We're human, bro. I mean, if we're going to go biblical, it goes back to the Bible too, right? I mean, wasn't there shit going on back then where, there was like, infidelities or whatever the fuck? So I'm just saying, bro, like, I wouldn't want to put myself, and nor would I want my woman to fucking put herself in a situation to where she can do some shit, you know what I'm saying, that's can be out of pocket, bro, or something that she may regret. We're human though, my nigga. I mean, like when people say, oh, whoop-de-whoop, I trust my wife or I trust my husband, they would never do that. Okay. I guess you the one in a million.
Got you. So what is your take on people having, I know you touched on it briefly, but I didn't really get your full clarity on that. What is your position on having friends of the opposite sex once you're in a relationship? And does it matter? So let's say if you're married, then say, okay, if you're married, then you can't have any male friends. But if you're just boyfriend and girlfriend, then it's okay for you to have male friends as a woman. Does the relationship status matter? Like if you're just boyfriend and girlfriend, it's
no,
cool.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
The relationship status does not matter. I've never been married. You know what I'm saying? But let me put it to you this way, right? When I was in, you know what I'm saying, my last relationship, because I know how my woman was. She was the type, you know what I'm saying, that I know it'd be, and I have, you know, fine ass homegirls, bro. Like my female friends, they're fine, bro. And the thing is we communicate with each other. It's nothing for me to get a text or something, a call from one of my homegirls, you know what I'm saying, damn near almost on a daily. You know what I mean? It's just we chop game, you know what I'm saying? We kick it. But it's nothing of no bullshit, right? But I just know how my woman was. So what I did, bro, is I let my homegirls know, just like, hey, man, you know what I'm saying? I'm with my woman and shit. Wasn't on no punk shit or none of that shit. But I really dug my woman, bro, and I didn't want her to feel a certain way. So that's why I always say sometimes it ain't good to really just be having new friends, because you may have somebody, and like I said, bro, it's all with your vetting. So, I mean, if you're willing to take that on, and I was willing to take that on, then it is what it is. So that's why I went ahead and told my homegirls, like, yeah, I ain't gonna really be able to just be chopping game with y'all all the time. You know, I got my woman, she gonna be tripping, and I don't want her to, you know what I'm saying, get on the phone or y'all call and she go back and forth with you, you know what I'm saying? She a firecracker. And they was like, oh yeah, hell yeah, we understand. You know, it's good. You know what I'm saying? Just holler whenever. You know what I mean? It was no big deal. So that's just my thing on the new friends thing. You know what I'm saying? I did that myself. It wasn't like it was asked of me. I just did that just for the sake of, you know what I'm saying, the relationship shit being cool. And I didn't want my woman to feel a certain way. You know what I'm saying?
So let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Because you said you didn't want your woman to feel a certain way. Would it have mitigated the suspicion if you said, hey, look, babe, I don't want you to feel a certain way, so let me introduce you to my friend, versus just cutting the friend off? Or do you think it was just in your best interest to cut the friend off?
It was in my best. I kind of be seeing shit from the long road, bro. You know what I'm saying? So no, it was in my best interest to just go ahead, because it ain't like I'm just killing communication with the homegirl. You feel me? It's just like we ain't gonna be able to get down like we usually get down. You feel what I'm saying? Like maybe weekends and shit, I'd probably be around them, or like I said, we had a good relationship.
So you didn't cut them off completely. You
No,
just kind of took a step back.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Well,
So you know,
that is respectful, because I was gonna say just cutting them off completely. That kind of
no.
Yeah.
But the thing is like I said, the type of relationship we had, I let them know. You know what I'm saying? I got a girl and shit. She kind of, you know. So it ain't gonna be like how it is. You feel me? And they was cool. You know what I mean? It was like, just like if one of the homegirls, right, say she ended up getting with somebody or whatnot, and he might have been or whatever. She yeah, you know what I'm saying? My man be a whoopty whoop. Man, it ain't nothing, homegirl. You know what I'm saying? Shit, just holler whenever. You know what I'm saying? The same type of shit. You know what I mean? It ain't like I'm just like, hey, I don't want to fuck with you. We ain't friends no more. Hell no. Nah. Nigga, we for sure gonna keep in touch and all that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't expect, you know what I'm saying, that with the woman, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, say you with a woman or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? She got friends, because people gonna have friends, bro, like before you. You see what I'm saying? That's more like some new friends type shit. Usually when you meet somebody, you're gonna kind of meet all their friends anyways, right? Kind of what you were saying. So like when you meet somebody, you're gonna kind of meet they kind of close friends, because when you're dating or whatever you're doing, you may run across them, right? But I'm just saying, mostly though, with like the new friends, bro, that's where like there really ain't really no reason for it to me. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, when you let new people in, bro, you don't know what their intentions are, and that's just how I am, bro. Like I'm not a jealous type. I'm not a possessive type, but I'm on some reality shit, bro. And like I said, I just know how we are. Like take myself. If I'm just over here befriending all kind of women and all kind of shit, and then one may start trying to flirt with me or some old kind of shit or act a certain way, you know what I'm saying, and may catch me off guard, bro, or something. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, it just, nobody is perfect, bro. So I just say just to minus that shit. You feel what I'm talking about? If I gave that clarity, if possible.
Yeah, no, you did. And this kind of, I was thinking about touching on this at some other point, not for this specific story, but just to know what people's sentiments are. Now, I don't know how old this story is. I think it was from this year, earlier this year, last month, actually, January. So do you know who Kenan Thompson is? He used to be on that show, Kenan and Kel.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to know what you feel about this. So he had a good friend. This is his friend right here. His name was Chris Red. And he was one of Kenan's best friends. Now, he ended up going through a rough patch. And then he ended up getting with Kenan's wife. And this is what he's saying. He was breaking down, crying, saying dating Kenan Thompson's ex wasn't the plan.
Oh, that
You know
guy
what I
right
mean?
there with the green shirt on dated the ex?
Yes.
I like that dude, man. I didn't know he did that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say. And him and Kenan were best friends, and he broke down and was crying. I ain't mean to do it, man. I ain't mean to smash your wife or ex-wife.
That's
or anything
bullshit.
like that. So this is what I want to say. Like, it is this off limits? Is this dirty macking? Like, so he said so let me just set this up, because he said he was dealing with some issues. He had an addiction, a substance addiction issue, and Kenan's wife befriended him, right? They were just friends, kind of like how we're talking about, right? It don't always got to be on no cuddy buddy stuff. He was looking for someone to kind of vent to and help him through his addiction. And it turned out to be his best friend's wife. So it goes through, this is his wife right here, Kenan and Christina. They were happier. You know what I mean? And Kenan actually went through a lot of depression. Some say that he has some self-deletion thoughts because this just kind of broke him down. And I'm just wondering, is there any situation where this is appropriate?
You know,
Like,
I've seen it. Go ahead.
Like, because let's say they broke up and their marriage wasn't happy, right? And that's what he said. He didn't plan on getting with her. He only got with her because once he was dealing with substance abuse, she was there to push, help him get through. And this is what he called a very unique and a nuanced situation. He said from 2017 to 2022, dating Christina was never the plan. And he said he's not the type to scheme on a friend or go after someone they once dated. So I get what he's saying. I'm not the type to do this. I hear it, bro. It's almost like, Big Rig, I ain't the type to punch you, but nigga, you just stole on me. You know what I mean? Like, bruh, I'm not the type to steal people's girl or go behind your back, but like, bruh, you went behind my back though. You know what I mean? So, and he was crying. It seemed genuine. You know what I mean? He said he admits this decision makes him look awful, but he says him and Kenan talked through it and they agreed to keep his relationship with Christina under wraps for a full year. So Kenan knew about this and they distanced themselves as friends, but they still wanted to keep it under wraps because it looks embarrassing for him. Like your best friend is smashing your former ex-wife and stuff. So in this situation, who was wrong? Was anyone wrong? You know what I mean? Because like he said, he didn't plan to happen. And they say you don't plan or choose who you love. Was this just a matter of him hopelessly falling in love, or was it something more sinister? What do you think?
I'm going to say it like this, bro. From before you started talking about what that just happened right there, I said, that's why I'm not with letting no new friends of the opposite sex in. Doesn't matter if you're married or not. I don't care about the crying, the old whoop-de-whoop, because now you telling me, shit, you've been fucking with the broad a year, you know what I'm saying, keeping the shit on the rack. I don't want to hear all that, bro. Like I said, B, I don't do the dumb shit, bro, and I don't like people playing with me, my nigga.
Hold on, let me ask you this, Big Rick.
Go ahead.
He was addicted to pills. Does that matter?
Again, it can be anything
hold
under
on
the
real
sun.
quick, Big Rick. Because Sincere asks who's sleeping with their people's women. We're talking about Kenan Thompson from Kenan and Kel and the SNL. His best friend end up getting addicted to pills and he end up getting a relationship with his former wife. I just want to clarify that for Sincere. But yeah, so you don't think that has no bearing that he was addicted to pills, Big Rick?
Absolutely not. And then the thing that even makes it worse, right? That's how I just feel with just new people, bro. Right? This guy knew that his friend, best friend, as you said, good friend, was with this lady, bro. So he was out of pocket from the whole get. Because like I said, we're human, right? It didn't have to start off like, hey, I didn't know we was going to be dating. But that's what happens, bro. That's what I was fucking saying. Anything can fucking happen.
Peep this, Big Rick. They have 2 daughters as well.
You're making it even worse, bro, as you keep continuing.
My bad. I have forgot about that part. He has 2 beautiful daughters, 9 and 5 years old. So that's still pretty young.
And now you want to come at me with crying and shit? Like you hella like, oh man, my bad. Nigga, you was having fun. You was fucking the shit out of my girl. You know what the fuck we had going. You know what I'm saying? You just stepped up in there, you know what I'm saying?
Was it the pills though? Was it really him or was it the pills?
Look, B, check it out, bro. I don't give a fuck what dynamic it was. That's what I'm saying. You minus that shit, bro. And with him knowing that his boy was with that woman, you should have never been. Check it out, bro. To this day right now, my nigga, I used to like my boy's fucking girl, my nigga, like back in high school days, my nigga. Ran across her again today. Like, you know what I'm saying? In these days, she's still fine. Ain't with my boy, bro. I fucked around. I didn't know it was her at first. Kind of, was just chopping it up because she bad, bro. And she's pretty as fuck. And the thing is, bro, is I kind of like got action, my nigga, and I ain't even moved on it, bro, because of what I'm saying. That's really out of pocket, bro. I know what I was back in high school, and she still look good to this day, but I would kind of feel out of pocket, bro. And this is years and years, but that I just would feel out of pocket. I know I could probably, have fun and everything, but what if I have fun and end up having a relationship with this chick or something? You know what I'm saying? My boy done had, kids with her and all kind of shit, and then I'm facing this nigga, you know what I'm saying? Hell nah, dog. Like some shit, you don't do, bro.
So let me give you exactly what he said. Chris Red, who was in tears, he said the relationship started when she showed up for him during a rough chapter in his life and admitted he went through a rough time with pills. He said he was dealing with some pill issues and he brushed it off. It's nothing too crazy for my black ass, but he confesses he was selling to some of his castmates. So not only was he popping pills, he was selling them too. Do you think that this excuses anything? Like, because maybe bro wasn't in his right mind. You ain't buying that, Big Rick?
B, I don't care how you spin it, bro. If he would have he should have never been chopping it up with her in the first place. You know how many women are in this world? If he would have went to an AA or NA meeting, he probably could have found a woman or a mother. What do they call it? What's that shit, bro? A sponsor. Yeah. I mean, come on, bro. Like we got to cut the bullshit, bro. I'm not giving no passes, my nigga. No, I don't care what the fuck he was on. He could have been on Skid Row. I don't look. And you was my partner, bro. No, it's not gonna happen. And we've seen this shit. I know you've seen it, B. I know you got partners, bro, that you done grew up with, and they done been with a couple of chicks, bro, and had kids, and another homie done been with her and all. Bro, that shit's crazy. I know you've seen it. I know you've seen it, bro.
Yeah, so
it's a hood classic.
Yeah. Which one did you say?
To where, like, you know what I'm saying? One of your partners was with a chick. They had kids. They didn't work out. And another one of your partners or somebody you knew real cool is with the chick. Knew your partner and everything.
Oh, of course.
You feel me?
Yeah. Now I get
it's a hood classic.
That's a hood platinum classic.
And I would never, dog. Like I couldn't do that, bro. Like it would just be weird, bro. It really would. And maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just my morals on the shit. Some people's morals is different than others. I'm not trying to say, whatever, my nigga. But I'm just saying, bro, I couldn't know.
So hold on. Let me add a little bit more context because Big Rig ain't giving an inch. So Red As he was crying, his voice cracked and he said he would never snitch on anyone. But then he got serious and he admitted he was having panic attacks while people stood by and watched him spiral. So he's saying that while he was popping all these pills and going through a rough chapter of his life was spiraling out of control and nobody was there to help him. But he did say that Christina, who was Keenan's wife, was the only one who stepped in, and she called him out on his shit and she actually helped him deal with it. So he's saying that she held him accountable and she helped him deal with it. So he somehow fell in love with her. Does this excuse any of the stuff, or at least make you understand a little bit, or you just don't give a fuck?
What you think my answer gonna be?
Big Rig, you are a sensible person, so I think you would probably sign with the brother, you know what I mean? Because
no, I'm not gonna side with him. I don't know why you don't get what I'm saying, bro. I mean, maybe it could just be because we on air in the questioning or whatnot, but no, nigga, no. I said from the get, he should have never even chopped it up with her. There's so many other people out there. Look, you ain't never been around a dope fiend, bro. They'll say anything. Man, they could talk like a motherfucker, bro, and make up a story colder than a blizzard, bro. So no, not at all. Life is full of choices, bro. You got to live with the choices you make. Some people are in prison for the rest of their life for a fucking stupid ass choice that they probably did in fucking 10 seconds. You got to live with that shit. So to come at me and be doing all this crying and shit, no, bro. Maybe I'm a little cutthroat. Maybe I am. But I mean, that's what it is, bro. The same standard I would put on that man, I would put on myself. So no. Shit.
This nigga ain't giving no passes, so I gotta hit you.
Hope, please.
Nigga, please.
Hope.
Nigga, what?
Nigga, please.
Nigga, please.
Bro,
Man,
lightweight got at me like, nigga, are you not hearing the words that are coming
out of my mouth? You feel me?
No, I hear you. I'm just trying to give some graciousness for the bro because he was going through a rough patch. You know, they say cocaine is a hell of a drug. Well, these pills are a hell of a drug. So
they
was popping pills. You know,
bro, he's selling them and all kind of shit, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. Then when he in a whole different realm now. You know what I mean? Like as your story was going, bro, I was telling you that from the get. I was like, bro, as you go, this shit getting worse, bro. It ain't making anything.
The shit was
better,
getting mania.
He wasn't making nothing better.
The shit did get mania. He started off as popping pills, then he was selling pills. Then they had a daughter.
You feel me? It's like, come on, bro. You got to get it together.
Yeah, this shit is wild. And actually, I'm about to get ready to shut her down. But now that we in that mode, I got one little other one that I want to touch on you with. And this one,
this nigga trying to get me to crash out. Go ahead.
Nah, let me see if I can pull this story up.
Man, shout out to my man. Shout out to you,
my
DD.
boo. What it do?
I'm glad you done calmed it down a little bit though, DD. You was on one. I was like, damn man,
DD like was going in.
I had to kind of calm you down a little bit, bro. But I ain't never trying to censor nobody, DD. But we got to keep it respectful, pimp. What's up with it, S3?
Nice, and salute to DD though.
Yeah, for sure.
Like
he came back, been popping it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, checking ain't cheating. Well, I appreciate you, DD.
And we don't mind people like having different views and stuff. It's just once it starts getting kind of trollish and like outlandish,
right. You ain't gonna be calling me stupid and all kind of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody ain't got time for that. Bro.
Yeah, I ain't got time for that shit, bro. And I ain't finna let that shit ride. Like your post, I ain't letting that ride. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. So let me see. So this one, Kim Kardashian is considering legally changing children's name amid ex's Kanye West's absence, right? So this is what it says on here. The Kardashian family may soon officially expand by 4 if Kim erases West from their kid's last name. So Kim is saying she might even get the kids' last names changed to Kardashian, right? So do you think this is disrespectful, or A, those are her kids. She can do whatever that she wants, but these are not just only her kids, right? These are Kanye's kids as well. Does this even matter? Plus, some people think that it should just their kids' name should only have one last name. You know what I mean? Like what is your position on that? Does it matter? Is it kind of overblown? Because the way we grew up is, you know, typically you're supposed to take the last name of your father if your father is around, an upstanding individual and is in claiming you and doesn't consider you as a mistake and a bastard and stuff like that. So imagine if your son has your last name and then, you know, your baby mama gets mad, you know, and then suddenly they want to change the name. Like what is your position on this? Is this within her rights, or, you know, is this something that she should have like they would have to come to a agreement on and sign off? Like if Kanye said, okay, fine, you can change the name, but if he's against it, is this okay?
I'm very traditional.
These are her kids,
right?
Know, that's what she's saying.
I'm very traditional, bro, and I find that very disrespectful. And the thing is I know it sounds wild because I always say, but I gotta keep it real. I've been through that, like, you know what I'm saying, like with my son, you know, to the point, you know, people kind of get emotional and shit because, you know, maybe they ain't with you and whatever, you know that how that shit go, and you get threatened, you know what I'm saying, because maybe, you know, they may share the same name as you. You know what I'm saying? So they like, you know, I changed the name and everything. You know what I mean? Like, man, what the fuck? I mean, it was the weirdest shit ever, bro. But no, and that's why when you saying that with Kim, that's some of these women, bro. They get in their fields for whatever reason. I don't know their dynamic, and that's what they do, dog. Because they know it's gonna, for one, it's gonna piss you the fuck off. It's traditional, bro. That's how we. And not saying that traditions can't be broken, bro. Don't get me wrong, y'all. But what I'm saying though is I'm traditional in that aspect. You feel me? So I would definitely find that disrespectful. I actually have a girl cousin that did that with her husband, and I even told her, I was like, you know what, cousin, that's kind of, you know what I mean? Because she kept our same last name. You know, she got the same last name as me, but she wanted to just keep our name so strong. You know what I mean? Because so many of us was gone. You know what I mean? So I guess that was her way, or I don't know, bro. But and then she kind of did it in the way with the how you said the twice, so like a Kardashian West or whatever the fuck. That's what she did, bro. And it was just different, you know what I mean? I was like, huh. And I don't know how the husband, he was cool, but you know, he was kind of, you know, kind of laid back and shit. Like, but me, like, I wouldn't go for that, bro. Like that would be that might be a deal breaker.
For me, as a deal breaker, and I'm gonna let Sincere get in here. The lovely Sincere.
Oh shit! I didn't know Sincere was up there. Shit, I'm looking down and shit because I'm on my phone.
You guys can hear me clearly, or
yeah, but you muffled a little bit.
Yeah, you kind of muffled. It sound like you might be in the bathroom.
I am muffled.
Hey man, don't be putting S3 in the bathroom, nigga. Don't be doing that.
You mean like the
She was in the elevator, bro. She was in the elevator.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, you good.
You sound clear.
Okay. Yeah,
but
I don't know.
But I'm gonna have you chime in. But hold on, Sincere. Let me set this up for you because I concur with you, Big Rig. I am more traditional, but I'm seeing that there's a growing trend of not only do you have Kim Kardashian West versus just Kim West, right? You know what I mean? So look at someone like Candace Owens, who I'll call Candace Owens. Her last name isn't Owens. She's married. So why is she still running around saying her name is Candace Owens? Look at Kamala Harris. She's married to a dude, a white Jewish dude named Doug Emhoff. Her legal name is Kamala Emhoff. So why is she still running around calling herself Kamala Harris? So it's a bunch of women now that they get married. Even now, if you look at Kamora Lee Simmons, she's over here talking bad about Russell Simmons. So why the hell are you still calling yourself Simmons?
Because the name is powerful. She made shit off that name. Perfumes, all kind of shit. That's why. Fuck that. If we ain't together with not man, I need my name back. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm traditional, bro. But go ahead and set it up for S3. I ain't trying to take that shit over. Shit.
And this the last thing that I'm setting up for her. Look at Scottie Pippen's wife, who's over here spreading her cheeks. Her name is Larsa Pippen. They've been divorced for over a decade. She's over there messing with Michael Jordan's son. She popping it open for any little young black dude. Why the hell is your name still Pippen after y'all divorced? Go ahead, Sincere. You got it. You can pick it up.
In the case of Larsa, I think she's just trying to be disrespectful towards Scottie because she didn't like him. She didn't like the way he was getting down, so she's just gonna go and lay up with everybody. You know what I mean? Under his name. In the case of Candace Owens, I would say that that's her name as a brand, and it would be kind of odd to change her name. So it would probably just easier to keep the name that she already had. And Kimberly Simmons, it kind of reminds me of like Tina Turner, right? When she left Ike, she said, I just want my name, you know, because that's the brand, right? So there's that. And in the case of Kim Kardashian, I will literally say that Kim Kardashian is being somewhat petty, but also I think it's a brand situation.
Well, the reason she gave is because she alleges that she doesn't want to do it, but she said that I guess Kanye hasn't seen the kids in several months. But I mean, that seems like you're jumping the gun. Okay, maybe he should have seen his kids in months, but if he don't see his kids for a few months, then that's it. I'm changing the name. So that does seem a bit petty and toxic. Like, I mean, is there a limit?
Is she gonna change their DNA? I mean, like, if you're gonna change the name, does the DNA structure go along with it? Like, you know what I'm saying? Because some things are genetic. Like, they might be genetically prone to certain diseases and stuff because of their father. Like, does that go out the door? Or, you know, maybe traits, right? That's why they look like their father. Does that go out the door? Like, what goes along with the name?
Yeah, no, I agree. It's confusing. You know, it is a bit petty, but you know, this is the world that we live in now. You know what I mean? Where it's like things that are supposed to be traditional. What does traditional even mean anymore? You know what I mean? Traditional based on whose standards? You know what I mean? So it's a lot.
It depends on like the society, right? Because I believe in Asia, I don't know what part of Asia, but basically it's a matriarchal society, and so the women do not change their last name. The men change their last name to the woman's last name. So everything's like through the woman, right? So it just depends on where you are, but what's in the name. Now, if you're talking about over here in the Western Hemisphere, the name is it's patriarchal, right? So it'll be the last name of the man. If we're talking about traditions in that way, then it will seem very odd. Plus, it's like an identifier. You know what I mean? Like, you know, the last name, the father, who is a marker of like who they come from, the seed, if you will. You know, and so who fertilized them, right? And they say that the man himself is really through the man, right? Not the woman. So if you have all your children by one man, then that means that they're all brothers and sisters. But if you have your children by different men, then that makes them half brothers and sisters. You get what I'm saying? So I don't know why she's doing it. I think she's just being petty. But for this society, like the Western Hemisphere, I would hope she would, you know, stick with tradition. It identifies them. You know, who they belong to, their father.
Yeah, I concur. And I'm about to get ready to shut her down because my boy John, it looks like he queued up his first live. So I'm going to get ready to transition over there. But Sincere, before you go, and I also want to give a shout out to the lovely Lotus Ty in the building. But Sincere, I know you've seen all of this Micca mess going on with all of the lies, the drama and stuff. So I just want to ask you, if you were married or in a relationship, is there any scenario where you would find it appropriate for you or your significant other to be in a hotel room after what they would call booty clapping hours, drunk, inebriated, live streaming from their platform? Is there any other scenario that you can fathom where this would be acceptable and deemed as just simple professional ethics?
The only way that could be that way is if there was multiple people and like all our teams were there, and it was set up where we're podcasting together. That's the only way. Like, but when you're doing business, it's conducted in the business format. But just to be lounging around in robes and stuff and past booty call hours and all that stuff, like, that's weird. That's definitely out of line. But she had her team there, he had his team there, and it was like 2 other people, and they were doing a project together. Then that would make sense, but that wasn't happening. So, no.
Okay, and then the last thing: do you think that in these business relationships, especially when you're purporting yourself to be a conservative Christian and MAGA at that, right? Do you think that it's imperative and what I would say mandatory that your partner meets your other business partners? Now, I know in every scenario, if you do a business with 100 people, your partner is not going to meet 100 people. But if there is someone that, hey, this is a primary business partner, do you think that it's appropriate to meet that person, or is it just up to the discretion of the parties involved? Do you think that's something that should happen as a mandatory process, or we'll just leave it up to the discretion of the parties involved?
Well, I mean, I think that should happen, especially if, I feel like it should happen, especially if you're going to be working with that person a lot and extensively. And so you want all the spouses to feel comfortable. And normally that's what happens. Like people go out on, dinner dates together, talk business. The husbands are there, the wives are there. So I just don't understand why her husband never met Anton. That is very odd.
Very odd, very sus, and a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, if you work with somebody hand in hand, what I'm saying? Like, you're going to be with them all the time. You're going to even probably go on, overnight trips, or maybe be gone for weeks at a time or whatever. It's better for your significant others, your husband or wife, to be comfortable with who you're traveling with, and also be able to have access to you. Do you want to come out with us? We're going to be here. Like, I don't know how Anton is doing business, but it's ghetto. He's ghetto. He's a ghetto MAGA, whatever the hell he is, like a Fruit Loop coon. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I called him a little chunky, little moist conservative, you know what I mean? Because as a conservative, and he says he doesn't identify as black, he says he identifies as a Christian man. So you're over here Bible thumping as a Christian man. He's putting his wife in very embarrassing positions where his wife is at home with their daughter, right? He's raising a daughter, right? Like, would you want your daughter to see your mom is at home and then your daughter could get online and see you flirting with other chicks? Even in terms of, the biblical ethical principles, flirting is a form of disrespecting your marriage. And then they try to frame it as, oh, it's just for content. So you'll go against your Christian values for content. So how am I supposed to take you serious? He was on Tasha K talking about that he doesn't sin, but then he says he's a bag chaser and he worships money, which is a form of idolatry.
Yeah.
Which is a sin. It's like, bro, these are your teachings. You know what I mean? Like, I don't go around saying I'm a Christian and Bible thumping, but he does. So it's just hard.
And when
to
he
take
said he didn't
serious.
sin right then and there, he was lying. That was a sin in and of itself. It was like, you're just lying, dude. Everybody knows that nobody's perfect. So you're like, you're not infallible. You're going to sin. Whether you like it or not.
Why are you volunteering these lies? This is what I'm saying. Like, nobody cares that people have flaws. It makes people more human and even more relatable. But once you're trying to present yourself as this quintessential Christian that does no wrong. And then we see he always is going against black culture, talking about depravity, debauchery, degeneracy. And then he engages in debaucherous, promiscuous, depraved behavior. But we're supposed to listen to you because you got a couple coins in the bank? No,
And he
nigga, you
just
just
like,
said you were a Christian.
and he just like, I think prior to this breakout story right now with the Micca girl, wasn't it like maybe right off of that Holcomb situation that he had did something crazy to his wife, and they were like in the YouTube feeds and stuff. They were on the internet. I think he disrespected her or did something like that. Was kind of out there. So he's been doing that to her forever.
Correct. And then there was a video of his wife even saying that, basically he has temper problems, he has low impulse control. She was saying a lot of stuff. So they've had some issues in their marriage, and I'm not going to really try to drag that through, but they put that on the internet, and you know what they say, once it's on the internet, it's forever. It becomes public record. So you can get mad, but if you was twerking on the internet and people start making content about you twerking and you get mad, it's like, why'd you twerk on the internet? Oh, I took it down. Yeah, once you put it up, it's on there for forever, right? So he put a lot of... Go ahead.
So he just came off the cusp. I remember right after the Corey Holcomb situation, like there was something out there about him and his wife. And him, being disrespectful towards her. And then now here the Micca situation, like, I don't know how much she can take. I don't know why she won't divorce him. Yes, he's nothing to look at. Anyways, like,
that's wild.
He looks like a gnome or something.
Some people say that she's nothing to look at. So maybe this is the best that they think that he can get. And there is some that this Micca girl isn't the first. They're alleging that this chick named Island Gal and some other girls. And then there's some other lady who said that Anton was sliding in her DMs trying to flirt, but she gave him the Heisman pose stiff arm and turned him down. So there's other people who have alleged that this happened. It's just apparently not all of them had the clout, the cachet, or the allure of this Micca chick. So
she's really pretty too. She's very pretty.
She is. And that's where some people are saying, yeah, he definitely tried to crack that, because look at his wife. I don't think that his wife should be drugged in and denigrated, because then it's also going to frame it as his wife is a dark-skinned woman and Anton is simping for, you know what I mean? Two light-skinned chicks. There was this Island Gal light-skinned chick. There's this light-skinned Micca chick. You know what I mean? It's just not a bad look. And he has a dark-skinned daughter as well. So just like the optics are not really looking well as much as
he don't like himself. He hates himself. Have you seen that man's arms? It's like, I don't know. Is he a midget of something, like a smidget or something?
Well, there have been allegations. There have been allegations of that. When he was on Lapeef Let's Talk, he used that. There was this black chick on there named Kay. And when Kay met him in person, she was saying that they were almost the same height, and she was, they were saying bro might be lightweight hobbit.
Yeah, not a hobbit. But I think a bigger part of the conversation, which people won't probably touch on, is that, like, it's the self-esteem of the woman. She can be as beautiful as she wants to be, but if her self-esteem is low, then she's capable of doing anything. If that lady's self-esteem is low, then I guarantee you she probably did it with him. But if she, if she has high self-esteem, it's a possibility that it couldn't have happened, But it's nothing worse than a woman with low self-esteem, a dude that has some kind of means or seemingly seems like he has some means and opportunity for them to excel, or move up the ladder, That's a recipe for disaster right there.
Yeah, and then I'm going to shut it down, but I forgot I had thought about one last thing, because not only that, were they in the hotel room together at booty clapping hours, they were inebriated. He's in the back. Was that his hotel room? Was that her hotel room? Or was it their hotel room. He has his clothes in the back. He's walking in the back, brushing teeth. And then his thing where he said, Micca stayed in pocket. She followed my lead. That's street Mac pimp ism player type talk. That ain't no Christian conservative type talk. What man, it doesn't even matter if you're married, what man wants to hear another man say that his wife, his lady, stayed in pocket and followed his lead? And he said she did exactly what she was supposed to do. What follow
Does
you?
the husband really exist though? Like, is her husband really?
Hey, Tasha, now you sound like Tasha K, because Tasha K said, do you really have a husband? Because she said, where is this invisible husband? And I don't think your husband existed. That's what Tasha K said.
Like, where's this man? Like, who is he?
Then did you see her IG? She got pictures of her and Jamie Foxx, her and Dick Gregory, her and Yo Gotti. I might pull it up before we get out of here.
I saw
but
what
her husband
showing over there.
Her husband ain't nowhere. Where the hell is her hubby at?
I don't know, because like you would have at least one picture with your husband. Like no pictures with him, no vacation pictures, no family pictures. Like, hey, does I want
At
my
all?
mother-in-law? None of that kind of stuff.
And she's conservative as well. What conservative influencer you don't? Because that's their big thing, right? To talk about conservatism,
family values,
trad wives. Where the hell is your hubby at?
Stepford wives. Half of them want to be Stepford wives to some extent. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't think he exists. I think she might. If you dig deeper, her whole backstory is just a lie.
It does seem like that. It could have just been a narrative, because now, seriously, because she is beautiful, people are just going to be mesmerized by what she says. But now, she's been put under a microscope. Before, it was just here, let's point to her, let's criticize her, not really fully, let's examine her, right? Her and Anton, and just everyone on the internet, me and you included, right? Every one of us have been criticized, but has your life really been put under a microscope? And it really hasn't to this point. The thing is, she keeps lying and making it worse. If she didn't do that Tasha K interview and that perspective interview that I played, this stuff would have been swept under the rug. But I can tell that both of them are egotistical, and she is obsessed with attention. If she just would have left this alone, nobody would be talking about her. They talking about Epstein files, aliens, all sorts of stuff. But
every time you say aliens, I start dying, because they really are talking about that. But go ahead.
But you see what I'm saying? There were a lot of topics thrown out there where this could have just got faded away and just mixed off into the void. Instead, she insisted on going on multiple platforms to clear her name, but all she did was cause more confusion, because she went on with some astute interviewers and they were asking basic questions. They were asking questions to get to the bottom of it, versus, oh, Micca, you're pretty, let me just give you a platform for you to push your propaganda.
Why didn't he stop her though? That's the part I don't understand. Like, why didn't he stop her after the first interview?
That's what I'm saying. So some was speculating that first interview, they was like, was that her husband? Because bro was asking all the questions that a husband would ask. And it seems like she was doing this to clear the air with her husband. Maybe her husband was like, hey, you made me look a fool in public, so you go out there and clear the sanctity of our marriage in public. But it looks like it just made it look worse. As much as she
there
was like,
is no husband, B-Eazy. Where's the husband?
Hey, I can't hold you.
Serious. Where is the husband?
I just don't know no husband that would be cool with this. When you just start stacking all the stuff up,
because he don't exist. Look, he don't exist. Look, when they go dig deeper, she, for all we know, she might be a hooker that just came off the street. They cleaned her up, and she's paid to make him look good out here, or spinning air.
Stranger things have happened.
I guarantee you, there's no husband. Like, I like the bet. I feel like I will win this bet. I really do.
I mean, I would bet you, but I'm leaning towards yours because I really don't know.
We're both
I've
on the
been
same
around.
side.
Yeah, no, I've been around hood niggas. I've been around very conservative, astute, polite, dorky, professional people.
Mhm.
Now, some hood niggas might give you a pass because the nigga fresh out of jail, he know he don't got a lot of opportunities. Now he might go upside your head, but you know
Mhm.
he might dot them I's, but he gonna say, "Here, baby, you coming home with me. I dotted those I's, but I love you." You know what I mean? He
Dotted
might,
those eyes, I'm across the T's. You coming home with me?
you feel me? He may channel,
Hey
you know, a
man,
little
a
bit.
Captain Caveman, a nigga out here. Okay.
It's
Mm-mm.
true. You know a lot of those niggas that do that. They really
Yeah.
don't want they don't want to leave the chick. It's just they don't know how to express themselves without being violent. However, if you looking at those upstanding square dudes, they like, hey, I didn't go through college to get a master's degree, graduate from 4-year, you know what I mean? Just to have my wife, you know, be playing in my face like that. You know what I mean? So it's, you know, it's
Like,
heavy.
if they pull a husband out the hat, I will fall out. Cause it's just like when I looked at her whole IG page, like what you guys were showing, I'm like, where's the family? Because
Where's
like
the conservatism?
where's the sisters? Where's the brothers? Where's the cousin-in-laws, all that stuff? Like, do you guys go on vacations together? Like, where's the whole? Because that's the whole thing about being conservative is being family oriented and faith based and all these things. Like, it didn't read any of that. It just didn't come off like that.
And even Tasha K said, when I see your platform, like she's saying it's not really given like commentator, you know what I mean? It's given like IG model. This is what Tasha K said. I couldn't
And
hold
Tasha
her
was
with
being
that.
nice because she wanted to call her
Yeah, she was. I
Tramp.
know.
What you call me? She really wanted to call her a tramp. Now, see, if it was me, I would have said it. Let me stop because I'm gonna have to stop being how I am, the way I talk, because I done got the whole internet upset with me. The whole
I know
internet.
they own your melon. Hey, you better be cool for Micca. For Micca come for you, sincere.
Mm-mm.
No.
Mm-mm.
What
I already got one Micca hating on me out there in the sectors, and I don't need this Micca.
Oh damn. I mean, is this for you? Does this what conservative? She's with Byron Coon Donald right here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking for the conservative. Like what speaks out. I don't see the difference because she was talking about Democrats and I don't like this. I'm like, it's a bunch of Democrat pages that look like this. Like, how are you any different? I'm just not really seeing that. You know
Is
what I
this
mean?
the same girl they were saying that like she doesn't seem to have good talking points, like she doesn't make any sense? So they wonder how she even got, to be on some of the platforms she was on. I remember her.
Well, this is the thing. She doesn't need to make sense when you look like this. Now, for me, it does because I'm not, blinded by the beauty. She's a gorgeous woman, but like I said, she suffers from what I call brain dead baby bop bimbo babble. And that's all she does.
Brain dead baby bop bimbo babble. Okay,
Yeah, I mean, look at her. You see
Yeah.
her right here with Akon. I mean, she with Jamie Foxx, Yo Gotti. She with the stars of the stars.
Maybe Akon is her husband because he got 1,001 wives.
It's possible, but peep this. So what she was saying was, why y'all tripping off that Anton photo? I got a bunch of photos of niggas holding me like that. I'm just saying, like, what is the conservative about this? So and then they frame it as, oh, I'm just doing business. You could do business without this nigga holding you like that. And then it turns into,
why is she dressed like that and she's supposed to be a conservative?
That's what I'm trying to say. And then it turns into, like I said, because I've talked to people about this and they said, this is what comes with being with a bad bitch, a beautiful woman. See, y'all niggas can't handle a bad woman. It's like, well, why would a nigga want a bad woman if we know that any nigga with money, she gonna be hugged up like this? She's going to parties. She's going to the parties where she knows that the high rollers is gonna be. So imagine you a hardworking blue collar man at home, and you just supposed to be like, yeah, my wife is doing business. She around Jay-Z, Yo Gotti, all these celebrities. But
And
just
not to
trust
be
that
funny,
she ain't doing
Be-Eazy,
nothing.
but I mean, I would think of myself as more conservative, to be honest, right? And I'm saying in this way, where if I meet you, I want to have like a certain distance between us, right? Like my personal space and your personal space. I don't know you that well, so I don't want you putting your hand around my waist or any of that kind of stuff. Like, if we do have to take a picture together, make sure that, keep it above board. And body language says a lot. I wouldn't probably be leaning so much into you because I don't know you like that. And at this point, I'm probably going to feel uncomfortable because you're kind of like invading my personal space. If I'm coming to speak to a number of people, I'm not going to have my cleavage out. That to me would be a little too much, right? And I don't like, I will look nice. I would have the proper attire on. It will look nice, but I don't need you just fixated on my boobs. Like, why are you trying to call attention to your cleavage, right? Like, it's just certain things. I probably wouldn't have my hair down. More than likely, I'd have my hair up because I feel like that's more professional. It's just what she's giving is like something like, I don't know, if you went to like a Hollywood party or something, or maybe not even a Hollywood party, but just you're not anywhere professional. You're not anywhere where conservatives will be. You're not in a business environment. It's a hood party. I can get down with the hood party too, but I think there's parts of me that are more conservative. I really do. I feel like people should dress the part according to the environment you're in. So if you're going to be at a hood party, then be at a hood party. But if you're talking business, should nobody be looking at your cleavage? They should be listening to the words that are coming out your mouth. Cover up. Like, come to that orange dress. Is that orange? Go down. Go up. Is that a sweater or what? Right there. Click on that real quick. I want to see what she has on. Like, is she more covered up there? That one looked a little bit like maybe she wasn't, too revealing or what have you. You see what I'm saying? Her outfit there.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to see if she has an image of that one. That one was a video. Oh, yeah, this one is a video.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? She looks a little bit more professional.
Now, I was gonna say this is a conservative outfit.
Yeah,
I would consider this, and I'm not saying that conservatives have to be all in a box, don't show no skin, because there's some skin showing right here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But this is a presentable thing, and I'm not saying the other outfits are not presentable. It's just not giving conservative wife presentable. This is not giving me conservative wife. Like, she looks
put together.
Correct, right?
Mm-hmm.
So right here, like, she looks
right
good.
There, yeah, that was a good one.
This ain't no conservative, but this is no conservative stuff. This is like kind of IG model,
but she's more covered
like video
up.
vixen. Correct. Yeah,
she's more covered up. But like, even like, okay, see with the red.
What about this one? This one is covered up. Some people would have they would only look and say, "Oh, look at she's curvy," but she can't help if she got a physique. So I will say that this one, but like, look at me. I'm just saying, like, every picture with a nigga, they all holding her and doing all this.
I just think like when you have a lot going on, sometimes blazers help, right? And like
this look like a birthday suit right here. This definitely.
I don't really like that picture. I like all her other pictures, but this one seems very. I don't know. I don't like that one too much. I just say cover up. Don't show your tatas to everybody. Like, just try to.
What about this one with Salt Bae? Salt Bae, he holding her like this is his bae.
Where are the blazers?
No, and peep this. She said this her birthday. So on your birthday, you took a pic with Salt Bae, but not your hubby?
Yeah, where was her husband? I don't think
you took a picture with Salt Bae, but not yo bae. Okay.
Where is the
I
husband? I don't think he exists.
that yeah. Now it's like, come on, the late great Dick Gregory. You got a picture with him, but not even your hubby. This shit is getting wild.
And
Everybody is
another thing,
Everybody
not
is
to be
holding
funny.
her.
Not to
Haha,
be funny, like
Davis.
I don't do that in front of my elders. Like I would be uncomfortable wearing a shirt like that in front of my elders. I would have to cover up. Like,
What
I'm
about
just,
this one?
I think it's okay, but isn't that kind of sheer, like a see-through? Where's the blazers?
Yeah,
Like, which
that's what I said. Yeah, no, that's what I said. You would think from a conservative woman, and that's all the pictures right there.
I keep
Even
saying
some
that, but I feel like that needs to be like a motto or something, like a mantra. Like, where's the blazers? Like, get you a nice coat, something that like fits well, and doesn't show so much. Like, it takes away from all that other stuff going on. Like, stop it.
And then here she is right here. So yeah, like I said, I'm not seeing any conservative stuff. So yeah, Micca, get it together and stop lying. And Sincere, I appreciate you sliding through. I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to shut her down. Are you doing another stream later or what?
I don't know. I'm tired. Probably not. Maybe tomorrow. Plus, I'm tired of all these people hating. They just so focused on that. But anyways, are you dropping John's link in the I think I'm already subscribed to him though. I really feel like I am. But are you gonna drop his link in the chat?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can get his link because I think he sent it to me on IG, and his Instagram his page should be It Gets Deeper. So let me see if I can find that right here. His page. I don't think he sent me the link to his page, so I can't drop the link. He sent me the link to the StreamYard. So yeah, so his I believe it should be on his page. I think it should be on John Sin Different. So for all of the people that subscribed, once I go to the stream, I'll share it on my community wall so that y'all can follow from there, because he didn't send me the link to his page. But I do appreciate you.
Support him.
Yeah, no, and I definitely appreciate you sharing me out and coming through. It's always a pleasure for you to come up and bestow some knowledge to the people and give off that radiant feminine energy, right? We need more of that. Because with all of this,
feeling like super strong. I just want to rest in my femininity, but they got me out here just have to be super
channeling
strong.
your inner Whitney Houston. Is that Whitney with the I Am Every Woman? That's Whitney, right?
Is it? Oh no, is it?
Who is that one?
It's all in me. Well, Whitney sung about Shaka Khan.
Shaka. I was like, who is? Yeah, that's what I said.
Not really. Yeah,
that's a jam right there.
They're turning me to every single last one of them. But anyways, I'm not gonna hold you up. I'll see you over there.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
All right. And for everyone that has been viewing this, y'all could have been anywhere in the world. Y'all chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you. So this is the point where I'm about to wind it down. I'm going to hit y'all with a couple quick visuals and then we will be out of here. Hopefully y'all stick around to the end. And I sincerely appreciate and love y'all. So let me hit y'all like this in case y'all didn't hit your boy with a like. Let me give you a friendly reminder. It will not cost you a fee. The likes are free. Like, share, and subscribe. Hit that notification bell. Most of my streams are impromptu, so I want you guys to be abreast when I go live. And just in case you didn't hit the like button yet, here is that friendly reminder. Time for a like intermission. We kindly request that you show love to the channel's creator and platform by leaving a like, sharing, commenting, and subscribing. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell to stay up to date with all the latest content. Liking posts is completely free and helps the algorithm boost our reach. We want to grow the community larger and larger. So thank you all who take the time to support us. It does mean the world to us and doesn't go unnoticed. And I also want to give a huge shout out to Zalipa. Zalipa, thank you, and good night. And of course, the lovely Pamela Williams. I appreciate you too. So before we get up out of here, you know, I gotta hit you.
Yeah. Hey. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah. Shit so hot it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. I bring the pain like an aftermath of a car wreck. It's a lot of niggas that say they real. To me, that shit is far-fetched. Them cats is pussy. They really is on some feminine stuff. I ride up on them with the 40 ounces to definition of adrenaline rush. What it do is sweet like cinnamon puffer. My niggas is rough like Willow Pass. Grew about on Mary Mac, but I used to hang on Willow Pass. These firms that I roll with, outcasts and misfits. Better zip lips so you get hit when the fifth spit. Flat line in your pit. Tribe habits is black magic, no voodoo. Get the bands like Goku for the cocaine to go cuckoo. Most these niggas is foo-foo, so I'm shitting on them like doo-doo. I can't fuck with y'all like tofu. I'm just saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss. I call shots cause it's still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on shite racket and fly back out to Milwaukee. When they hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookies to the drawer is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. When you hear me flow, say I be burning up, burning up. Cookies to the drawer is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up.
B-Eazy Dat Dude. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the boardroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the boardroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah, they know the name. B-Eazy Dat Dude.
You love me. You really love me. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah.